Now, Arabians are complaining about why Iran is bombing the American bases in their land. That people who are taking care of the law in Muslim lands are the people who are never going to follow the Quran. Tell the truth at all times. I can see 3 doors instead of 2 right now. You have to say what is black, and whatever is white is white.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Today, I have the honor and privilege to be speaking to Brother Sahil Adeem, who is a dynamic public speaker, public intellectual from Pakistan. He is a behavioral psychologist, a revivalist with a vision, and he's emerged as a prolific speaker and motivator and thinker within the Muslim world, mashallah. And he has founded Source Code Academy and lectures all across the globe to Muslims. And he brings a unique mix of Islamic inspiration with psychology, philosophy, poetry, and maybe even a little bit of conspiracy theories as well. And he has inspired a generation of Muslim youth, mashallah, in Pakistan and beyond. So I'm very excited, alhamdulillah, to have a special discussion today with Brother Sahil, inshallah. Welcome, Brother Sahil.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah, that's the honor is all mine. Such kind words you just said about me. I do not actually have I'm humbled by the way you've actually introduced me. All praise to Allah Azza wa Jal. I am just a mere reaction to whatever the Muslim Ummah is actually going through, especially the people who actually matter. In my own opinion, I think everyone should just stand up and react based on common sense, let alone the standards of the Quran of how not to do whatever they're up to politically, socially, personally, and as a group. So this is something which is a mere effort. May Allah Azza wa Jal be pleased by all of us, especially in the light of whatever's going on, because spectators. Being a spectator is, I think, the biggest curse that Muslims are going through, and I think this is something we need to change. And I must tell you that it's been years that I've been looking for this opportunity. You have no idea how much I've been looking to talk to you, and I had it written for me that I'll be sitting with Brother Daniel. This is a very happy day for me, mashallah. Thank you so much for having me.
Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I'm very excited for our discussion, inshallah. One thing that I want to start with are some current events. So some of my audience might not know some of the current events around you, some of the viral moments, because they're not Urdu speakers. And this is including you often are appearing on Pakistani television, national television programs, and you were actually in a heated moment with one of these you could say imams, who was coming onto the program, and he began insulting you, and it was an argument that actually showed up. So can you please explain the context of that?
The context was that somehow Pakistanis or people, general public, actually thinks, I was actually debating the stature of an alim. The ulama, in my own opinion, are the only people who are carrying the solution, which is the Quran. And my contention very clearly is for the last 6-7 years that the people of the Quran are going to give the solution to the current Muslim problems. And if you see 10 drug addicts on the floor in some street in the back alley, and one of them happens to be a prolific doctor, you do not blame the patients. You blame that dude who's actually sitting down, and you ask them, why did you go through the whole education and the degree program if you had to, do whatever they're doing? Or you're actually, not only demeaning the very stature of the degree or the pedestal that you belong to, but also that you're certifying that all of this is okay. All of whatever is going on is okay. That's my contention. And that contention was being challenged is being challenged all over the place by Sunnis and Shias, Deobandis, and Bareillis and Ahladis and Madkhali especially, they actually have a really big bone to pick with me. So this is something which is why sparks fly whenever I am with a scholar, because I always want to lift the stature of the scholar, the scholarship actually, not just the scholar. And somehow, I step on some egos, which is bound to happen. And I'm not ashamed to step on any ego because I'm actually trying to call out the basic sense of Islam, that if the scholarship is not going to uphold the standard of the Quran and the Prophet Islam, no one else will. And if they actually demean the standards, then it will become the standard of not doing anything and being quiet in amidst all of whatever's going on. And we're not raised or born as Muslims to become spectators. And all of the governments from Morocco to Indonesia, you can see that all of these governments, these politicians, are certified by the scholarship as able-bodied men apt to be in the seats that they're actually sitting in and making these poor decisions, which a layman can actually tell that this is not something which is making any sense. That Palestine is burning, now Iran is burning, Libya burnt down, Iraq burnt down, Syria burnt down, and everyone else is just now Arabians are complaining about why Iran is bombing the American bases in their lands. And I do not mind when these people are crying these crocodile tears of why their so-called sovereignty is being, hurt by Iranian missiles because the missiles are ending up in their airspace or in their lands. I get riled up when local scholarships are actually quiet, which in turn silences the regular Muslim man and woman, thinking that Islam okays this. Islam does not okay this. And I was listening to this Kuwaiti and Arabian and Irani spokesperson on Al Jazeera the third day or the fourth day live. And this Kuwaiti guy starts lecturing the Iranian that, this is Ramadan and it is not Muslim. It is you're breaking Muslim principles by not taking care of your neighbors. During Ramadan, you bombed our countries. Are you not a Muslim? Don't you understand the Muslim values on the rights of neighbors? This guy was telling this Iranian guy and giving him lectures on the rights of neighbors in Islam. So this is the kind of subconscious certification that scholarship is giving to the regular Joe. And you can see the sentiment around the Muslim world that there is a question mark that whether bombing American air bases within the Arabian lands, there's a question mark in a regular, and they're trying to propagate this question mark, in the minds of the regular Joes. So this is something which I'm against. This is something which, my movement is to actually lift the Ummah in a way which Netanyahu is trying to lift the people's opinion. And this is our job to set and lift the public opinion and bring it into common sense that, if one of your brother is being attacked, it is the Muslim duty to help the brother. It is in Naqaisul Iman that if a Muslim is being attacked via help of another Muslim by a non-Muslim, then the helper non-Muslim is not a part of Islam anymore. This is basic. So it is something which my last session in the television transmission was going on. I was just asking a question that is this not the fatwa of the Ahl Sunnah that if a non-Muslim is attacking a Muslim to the help of another Muslim, then the helper Muslim is stricken out of Islam? Is this not your renowned fatwa? And this is something which is, the reason why they're coming at me now.
So they, even before the Iran war started, you were having some sparks flying because there was
that guy was boasting about his certificate, about this letter, the invitation letter that Donald Trump sent to all of his little puppets all over the world, so that he can actually hold a joint prayer for the long, God Save the Queen prayer was going on. This was God Save the American president prayer. It's like a vigil going on in wherever, Washington or wherever, Hilton. And a Muslim scholar is, uh, boasting about how such an honorable statement it is that Donald Trump, His Highness, has given an invitation to him. And not only that, I looked it up. He actually took a selfie of every minute of that whole breakfast, and it was posted with great honor. And I point blank, I asked him, and I didn't even know it was him. I was thinking it was someone else, but I was talking about the regular alim that this is what the ulama are up to, and this guy did not know that I didn't know. So he came right at me because he became defensive because this is the current definition of Islam, that everything's okay. You know what? He actually started claiming that the Prophet ﷺ went to the Jews to talk about Islam, and he's using that as precedence. And I'm thinking, if you're going to start quoting the Prophet ﷺ or the Quran, then the regular man is going to think this is part of Islam. So this is why I had to tell him that, after your 450,000 displaced, unaccounted for Muslims, 60,000 accounted deaths by this one guy, and he writes you a letter, and then you had to actually show us that, what's such a big honor that you got a letter from that murderer, that butcher, and you think this is some Muslim thing to go and attend that dinner or breakfast, even though that dinner or breakfast was just to break the Johnson Amendment. Everybody knew that, except the Muslim scholars. They just do not know the political side of things. And that was my case, that you guys are either naive, incompetent, or you are paupers by design, and you know what's going on, and you're just okay with that. So both of these scenarios are the reasons why people like me have to just start raising their voice now.
So now they're coming at you very hard, from multiple segments, because you already had this kind of conflict with some of these imams because of your criticisms of them. And we'll get more into that later in the interview, inshallah. But also now the secular class, which is intensifying. I'm not saying you're popular necessarily with some of them, but they're intensifying their attacks now because of your stance on Iran and the Iran war. So are they trying to ban you? Are they trying to shadow ban you? They're trying to silence you?
Well, I've been banned officially. All the TV channels have been told not to air this guy, not to let this guy in the building. And I've seen the memo that they sent me, the TV guys sent me, every channel. And because they're all hunting for virality, so they're calling me. And all of a sudden, these guys are like, "Oh, sorry, sir, this is something which we cannot handle now." And but after my Iranian stance, my Twitter Space was banned yesterday. The people who were hosting my Twitter Space, that channel is all stricken out. So I'm thinking it's going to happen from 360 degree, from every angle now. And I'm assuming my YouTube channel is going to be banned now, because it was shadow banned for a long time now. From 400,000 average views per video, we went to 40,000 views, and now I know it's not going to. Facebook's going to be next, Meta is going to be next. So I think I'll have to come up with some alternative strategy to come up with getting my voice through to the regular man.
What do you think is going to happen with this Iran war?
Well, Allah, I hope to God that Muslims actually wake up and try and openly help. If not openly, then they should secretly help. But I know it's not something I'm going to bet on. So Netanyahu wants America to lose so that he can gain more power in the region. If America loses, Netanyahu becomes 10 times more powerful. And because there are only 4 powers in the region, the MBS, Iran, Israel, and America. So the big power has to go down for Netanyahu to come in and take over. For greater Israel to happen, you need to get America to look bad and they have to take America out of the equation. And I know if I can think about it, everybody can think about it. And I'm pretty sure the CIA can think about it. I don't know what's going on there, but this war has to be prolonged enough for America to actually break either one of its legs, or if not both, for Netanyahu to succeed. So all they're trying to do is just try and play defense in Israel and offense through America, so that any kind of they can use any kind of for example, the 82nd Airborne. I'm assuming it's going to be landing soon. If not, then some sort of ground troops are going to come in from either way. The That will be the death of this American regime inside the region. That's what my speculation is. And wallahu alam. But these two, Iran and Israel, both for their own good, want this war to prolong enough for America to lose. But Israel is the big benefactor in this war, either whatever the result is.
Do you think that the U.S. is going to use the Pakistani side to come in?
That's what the Pakistani government is keep on checking out the. Why do you think I'm getting banned on? Because they wanna keep these kind of voices out of the mass so that they can get some sort of sentiment flying. That this is why they're pumping the Madkhali card in. They're trying their best to make Iran look bad by bombing Muslim lands. That's their leeway towards coming into. Because we were this close to joining ISF. We were this close to joining ISF before the war before the Epstein file. So it was not only in the cards, but it was starting. The debate was already there. Trump had already called in for the army to come in and join the ISF. So that was a way bigger problem to solve for our government to join ISF, because that's practically working within Israel against the Muslims. This is something which they can actually sell as, our secular patriotic card, that we had to do it for the sovereignty of our own country. So, but still, it's too soon. They can't just, they'll have to shoot some missile inside Pakistan somewhere just to create that kind of, flash or a false flag entry into Iran. It's very low probability.
And what is the sentiment, do you think, in Pakistan amongst the people for involvement in such a war?
Right, the regular mass wants the army to jump in and fight for the Iranians. That's the Pakistani general man is practically an emotional, very straightforward Muslim. Is the regular mass is very well, at a level of where I don't want him. He enters into superstition. He loses all senses. But still, the linear movement of the regular mass is pro-Iran, bar none. There's nothing. I mean, it's not a 80-20 or something. It's an overwhelming regular man's majority is pro-Iran, and they want the Pakistan army to intervene physically, if not getting just military help.
So, do you think that this idea of Sunni Shia unity has really emerged? Has there been a movement towards that in Pakistan? Like, what has the evolution of that sentiment been amongst religious Pakistanis?
Well, the religious Pakistani is, by definition, an anti-Shia, regular Muslim Sunni, is pretty skewed towards the extreme right of the spectrum against the Shiites. And Pakistan has been bleeding through the Shia Sunni movements in different regions for the last 70 years. I mean, it's not something new for us, but it's not seeped into a level where we can actually, because Israel is a very big name in Pakistan. A regular man, when you use the Israel card, it doesn't matter. Even if Iranians were atheists, we would have still, the regular Muslim would have been, against Netanyahu in Israel. It's a pretty regular sentiment that because it's Israel, because it's America, the regular sentiment. I mean, if I were the Pakistani decision maker, it would have been a very hard cookie to sell going against Iran for America, because of Israel's involvement and because of Donald Trump's, and this Epstein file couldn't have come in a better time. In my own opinion, this war did start because of Epstein's outbreak. A lot of people had to cover that up because it was getting too big too soon.
So, what do you think about the role of Allah and Allah bringing things together in a certain way, in sometimes maybe someone could say a supernatural or miraculous way? Like, do you get the sentiment that everything is playing out according to a certain plan that Allah has made specifically to lead to a certain conclusion?
Well, yeah, I believe that Allah Azza wa Jal, is going to give us signs which are going to be, these signs are going to be mimicked by the Quran every decade, every year, every event, so that we can learn and connect with the Quran, decode of whatever we have to do. The Quran actually mimics the reality runtime so that it can actually speak to us runtime. That's what the Quran is doing. And this can be easily played into whatever, for example, the Ghatafan came in from the north with the Quraysh. Banu Qurayza were of the south. They were all allies, Banu Qurayza. But these allies didn't really help. So we actually practically living out Banu Qurayza's role right now. We're right behind the south of Iran. And it's our job to actually hold the fort. And if we do whatever Yahya bin Uqtab did, we know what the punishment in Islam is. Allah is pretty clear about this. There's no gray in the Quran or in the commandments of Allah. And I know I just call ourselves Banu Qurayza at this time, but geographically speaking, we are actually holding the fort for Iran right now, even though we should have done a lot more. Banu Qurayza did not get involved in the fight. They were not fighting with the Muslims in the Battle of the Trench. They were actually an ally for the sake of protection only from the southern front, right? But as soon as they broke the pact, you know what the prescription is for such an act. So the Quran is actually angels are going to come in when four things are going to happen, in my own opinion, of course. And that four things are unity, our power. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُم مَّا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ is a direct commandment. We have to keep on mustering up all whatever we can. We cannot just lie down and wait for angels to come in. Angels are gonna God divine intervention only comes in when Allah says Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma bikum hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. That's the rule of divine intervention. That I am going to intervene, that's for sure. But I'm not going to intervene as sure as my own intervention unless you do whatever you have to do first. Because it starts with Inna Allah la yughayyiru ma bikum. I mean, it does not start with, a positive reinforcement. It starts with a negative reinforcement. And unless you gather up, you become competent, you do the basics first, this is not going to happen. So this is why I am trying for Muslims in IMS, is my movement, Islamic Messaging System. They're all over the world. There are millions of people, actually. We're just about to hit the million mark. So that the awareness is there. And this would not happen in the next 10 years. That's something which I personally don't believe Iran is qualified for, hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. I believe no Muslim country or no group, I don't call Muslims countries, no cluster has qualified themselves into hatta yughayyiru ma bi anfusihim. We have not really, become competent enough as the Sahabas did. They actually knew the political, they knew the social, they knew the financial, they knew the intricacies of the requirements that Islam has upon them. And even after the Prophet ﷺ left, Abu Bakr Siddiq never left the armament industry. Umar Khattab was the head of, the global armament movement. So this is something which Muslims are not doing. Actually, Muslims, see, it's a very simple rule. You cannot purchase weapons from the person you're going to fight with and expect to win from that person. You're the consumer here. He obviously has more. That's why he's selling them to you. And that's against the very ayah of the Quran. So when the Taliban, when the American retreat was happening, my urge to, and I was very well connected with the Taliban, and I was keep on pumping that, before you go into physics, before you go into Islamiyat, go into armaments first, man. You need to know that this has happened 6 times in the last 100 years. This is not the last time. You need to know, you need to learn that unless you have your own industry, making your own defense and your fort stronger, you're just, asking for trouble. So Iran is one of those case studies, I think, that we all should learn from, that we as Pakistani, we as Muslims, should have empowered them, should have enriched them from nuclear to every little aspect of the periodic table so that the region becomes stronger. And I know these secularists do not think on Islamic lines, but even for patriotic is Pakistani reasons, Pakistan should have enriched the region with nuclear capabilities so that the heat wouldn't come in. I mean, if you play football, you actually have an offense line, a midfield, and then a defense line. You just don't start with the goalkeeper in the front, right? So this is something which is common sense. And the fact that secularism, this patriotic, crap is flowing through the Muslim mind right now. That's why everybody's trying to play for his own tiny little boundary, and that's why everyone's getting weaker by the minute.
Right.
I mean, NATO realized it. They realized it. They came up with NATO, and they were practically doing what the Quran was telling us to do. To come together, join forces, and muster up whatever you can. And when they do it, it's okay. It's progressiveness. When we do it, it's extremism, and it's backwardness, and it's khilafat, and it's Al Qaeda, and all of that. Fundamental, terrorism. But when they do it, it's the most progressive thing ever. So it is the sense in Muslims that we need to raise, and these people are going to die one day, right? So we need this young lot to come a lot more sense that what this was for the good of KSA and Yemen and Bahrain and Kuwait and Pakistan to come together, join currencies, open trade, and make joint industries. So this is something which is my plea for the regular man who's going to be listening to this podcast as well, that we know we tried your secular way, we tried your political diplomatic way, and everybody ended up in either Epstein or Gaza. These are the two outcomes of whatever happens if you follow this way. Either you're going to end up in Epstein Island or under the rubble inside Gaza. There is no in between when you go this path. So it's high time that we actually, come together in a bigger sense to combine forces and try and raise up the Muslims, wake up the Muslims now.
So I want to talk now a little bit more about the controversies that you faced in the past. And, one of the biggest controversies in which I strongly disagree with you, brother, I have to say, is that in 2024, you were condemned by one of the legislatures actually in Pakistan because you said that 95% of women are jahil. And I was shocked. I was shocked that this is something that you said. I find it very offensive personally, because why are you limiting it to only 95%?
Kind of had it coming. No. It was not a general population of the world. I was just talking about the local Pakistani population, and I was talking about the fahm of the deen. And you're right on the mark. I was very conservative. I should have been a little more extravagant.
Yeah, and you shouldn't limit it to Pakistan either. You should limit it. This is like,
yeah.
So anyway,
I know.
But yeah, I mean, I'm kind of saying it in jest. I'm just saying it in jest. But in reality, like, I really admire the fact that you doubled down, you didn't bend the knee, and you literally have the legislature, one of the legislatures of the country, coming at you, trying to get you in trouble, basically, put you in legal trouble. And you stick to your principle, you explain it, you give the context for what you're saying. And that's very, mashallah, it's very admirable to withstand that kind of political pressure. When so many people would apologize, you refuse to apologize. They would apologize, they would bend the knee, they would compromise, but you didn't do that, mashallah. So that's something that we need more of. So that's, I just wanted to note that for the audience so that they can just situate kind of your history. But now I want to talk more about, or do you have any other comments on that before I ask you the next question?
No, I just don't want to, because it was not a casual comment. I was pretty serious. There was a serious conversation going on about Taghut, actually. It was a serious conversation about, in a program of women rights, by the way, ironically, women rights. And I was thinking, this is the best time to actually talk about, where the spade is and how to call a spade a spade. And this is something which is, in my own opinion, a very serious academic opinion that unless you read into it, you're not going to know where is the solution. So it was not a regular banter going on between two guys on TV about anything else. Let's just talk about, women.
Locker room talk.
Yeah, it was not. It was not some comment with me inside a bus with Billy Bush. It was a pretty serious. It was a pretty serious rhetoric being built up by a mainstream television program, and I was talking to women, and I was taking up full responsibility that I am responsible for Jahiliyyah. It's not that I'm actually, cursing you. I'm talking about taking up the blame and taking up the responsibility. So that's all I have to say about this right now. I mean, this is not something to, it was not a humorous expression. It was an expression of concern.
Yeah, like if you look at the effect and the impact of feminism, if you look at the this kind of mind virus, and you're a critic of feminism, it has caused a lot of damage, and partly men are responsible for the spread of feminism in the Muslim world. But at the end of the day, you also have women who are responsible for adopting these feminist principles when they go contrary to Islam. So this is jahl, like this is the essence of jahl, ignorance. And I think that's kind of the basis of your comment. I think it's a very important critique, actually.
Yeah, and I couple it with taghut because in the Quran Allah says taghut and jahl in the same expression, so that jahl is the cause of the symptom of taghut. And I urge fathers, especially when they're raising their daughters, they need to put Quran twice as much inside the child's brain when she's raised into Islam, so that she can actually be representing a standard of Islam, a stencil of how to look into where actual rights of women are, not those placebo drugs that they're trying to sell in the name of rights, and making them practically sexual commodities all over the place. And this is all puns intended. This is as cosmetic as it gets, because it is, it is practically the reason why next 3-4 generations are not going to have enough Muslim IQ, because the mother is going to raise the IQ of the child. And she practically, and I've tested it, it's not a general, throwaway remark that, let's just talk about 95% of women. No, women actually, in my own experience, and you can measure it, all women should measure it, when it comes down to the Quran and the Sirah and the Hadith and the political side of whatever needs to be done, the social side of what needs to be done through the Islamic principles. You ask 10 men, 3 of them are going to give relevant answers, if not correct. 9 women are not even going to know what we're talking about, let alone answer a question about through the lens of Islam. So that's something which is it's a deep concern. I have 3 daughters, so I really need to. And I started this whole lecture whenever I quoted this percentage from my own daughters. That you think I'm just going to sit around and let you girls lead my daughters? This is not going to happen. The Quran is the only leader, and they have the same duty to learn and lift the Quran as much as the regular man or the woman. And you guys just think you're going to play the woman card inside the grave? Islam actually puts a lot more women in hell. The woman card did not play inside Islam, inside the grave. So you think you're going to be like, ask my daddy this question, or ask my husband, or ask my brother. No, they're going to ask you, those angels, of what you were doing, what you were up to. So this is something which is my call to all girls, all sisters, all daughters, all mothers, that you're not just going to get away with just being a woman. Angels do not have that kind of chemistry to show mercy on the woman because she's the weaker of the two. Angels don't think like this. They're not designed like this.
Yeah, that's important, mashallah. So, yeah, but what do you think about, maybe this is another thing that we don't have the same perspective on when it comes to women's leadership, because this is why I think is something very problematic that goes contrary to Islam, to promote the leadership of women or the empowerment of women, because this is a Western standard that women need to be equally represented at all levels of social power. And whether it is on the level of the state, whether it's on the level of the family or the community or the masjid, if you have a male leader, you also have to have a female counterpart. It has to be divided 50-50. And this is because men and women are the same. They have the same capacity. They have the same abilities, the same personality, the same intellect. Everything is the same. And therefore, it's discrimination to say that no, only men are qualified for certain positions, or to reserve, the imam can only be a man, the khalifa can only be a man, the head of the household can only be a man, the head of the state can only be a man. Like, this is something sexist, misogynistic. So, I believe that a lot of the problems with feminism, maybe the core problem of feminism, is promoting that women are equal to men and should be put in positions of leadership. They should be encouraged to be more powerful or equally powerful as men. That doesn't mean that Islam says that women should have no role. Yeah, they have a very important, critical role in society, but it's defined by Islam. It's a very specific gender role, the gender of women versus the gender of man. It's no less important, but it's not leadership. That's not the role of women. So, and this is based on the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, for example, when he taught us that never will succeed a nation as makes a woman their ruler, or they put the affairs in the hands of a female ruler. So, what is your perspective on this?
I have a wider approach towards this, more of a psychological angle towards the word leadership or gender roles. I was working for telecom, and Telenor was one of the companies I was working for. All of a sudden, in 2007, they come up with the 50-50 policy, because it's a Norwegian company, so they had to. I mean, they're the first men through the wall of this feministic, egalitarianistic underpinning of whatever is going on in the name of feminism right now. So we in these, because I was in leadership, I had to make a decision. The policy came in that you have to choose 50% of all leadership roles as women, for women. So I said, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to blindfold ourselves and look at the KPIs and the performance, strip out the names, and just look at the performance every year. And that's what we're going to do. And whatever is, whatever fall, let the chips fall wherever they may. And they said, okay, let's try that. And we did. And about 90% of all men were actually performing better than women, regardless of whatever position they were working for. So they had to actually roll back this model that I came up with, that, this is against the policy. You're not the policy maker, you're the policy enforcer. And I said, okay, then I'll just resign. It's all right. Because I'm not going to put a girl which does not, or a boy who does not deserve to be in a leadership role, and then assume that, you know better because you're in Norway or Oslo, and you do not have an IQ because you're up north, close to the North Pole in the Arctic Circle. Things work when they work. We know how they work. We know when they're working. So if you put in a broken piece or an incompetent person inside the leadership role, everything else is going to break. So I am as genderless when it comes down to putting the person on the spot as you are, and let the genders play their own competence inside the position, which they were against. They said, no, we are not going to go blind on genders because it's a very patriotic approach. And I said, no, it's not patriotic. It's not patriarchal. It's just common sense. Whoever is performing, regardless of whether it's a girl or a boy. Now, the fact that girls are not performing is not based on their gender, and I agree to that. But the fact that you played the card so badly that girls think that even if they don't perform, they're still going to make it. Now they're never going to make it. You're putting them into a vicious circle because, you get yourself a 50% quota because of my genitalia. Forget about my brain now. You know what I'm saying? So it is something which was going to be catastrophic for the girls, which I cried for. I filed petitions. They had to put me out of that position, and I had to leave the company. It took me 3-4 months to leave the company because they were trying to put me in a role which is better, more paying. So I was like, no, you know what? This is not something which I am going to be okay with. I'm not afraid of putting more girls in the roles. I'm afraid of putting incompetent men or women in the roles. I don't want to be responsible for this. So this is something which I look at. The competence could come from anywhere. Now, to answer your question, because that's not what you asked. You asked from the lens of Islam that, if you put women in leadership role, then catastrophe is going to come upon the people following that woman. That's your core question. Now, I know for a fact, we know that Umar al-Khattab put women in ministries. Umar bin Khattab, the man known for his rigidity in policy, he put women. Not only that, one of the men who was not performing, he actually replaced him from the finance minister of Medina, which is a girl. That he said, why don't you put that woman here? Now, the fact that he knew that competence is genderless, is gender-free, sorry. It does not matter who's competent. As long as he or she is competent, you got to put him in the role. But when it comes down to the psychology of the word leadership, you're using it, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people who are not going to be aware that when Mr. Haqiqatjou uses the word leadership, he does not mean decision-making. He means the social aspect, the political aspect, the physical aspect, and the endurance, which is the demand of the position of the word leadership. When a woman is going to listen to this word leadership, she's not going to think of from these three dimensions. She's going to think decision making only, which requires IQ, which requires a poor education, and which requires this deductive sense of whatever the problem is. You can see and quote the precedents, get the precedents from the Quran and the Hadith, and then you can do that. Women can do that. Aisha bint Abi Bakr radiallahu anha did that way better than Abdullah bin Abbas, who's a man, because we know through precedents that Abdullah bin Abbas deduced a certain meaning from Surah Najm, and a girl, Aisha bint Abi Bakr, who is younger than him, by the way, she corrected him and said, you're wrong, you're blatantly wrong on the tafsir of Surah Najm, and you say that Allah Azza wa Jal revealed himself unto the Prophet ﷺ. Aisha bint Abi Bakr said, he didn't, that cannot be possible. So she deduced something from the Quran and the Hadith and corrected him. So when it comes down to the brain power, I personally believe that whoever is competent, regardless of whatever your gender is, should be given the role to solve a problem. But when it comes down to your three-dimensional definition of leadership, I not only believe that men should do that, I believe most men are not even capable to do whatever you requiring or Islam requires them to do. Only a handful of men would be able to fulfill that three-dimensional, political, social, physical, mental, all of these things combined with, putting 24/7, giving your life into sacrificing all of your, whatever you have into this role to make sure, you perform as a leader. Girls, naturally, through whatever anatomy or biological or psychological chemistry that I know that they have, they cannot refute that. They won't be able to fulfill that three-dimensional role. I not only know that, I actually preach for it. But having said that, I should tell you that my disagreement with you yourself would come in at a level where when we define the word decision-making, we define the word competence, we define the word analysis, forecasting, speculation, problem-solving, doing, if I have to choose my counsel, I would put a blind screen behind me, and I would not care whether a girl is deducing the solution based on the Quran or Hadith, or a boy. If a girl is running the numbers and patterns, or a boy, it doesn't matter as long as he or she is doing it right. Now, this is what I call leadership as well. But I know that you don't call this leadership. You say that it's a support role. The leadership is, with the guy who's going to face the heat. He's going to be with the men. He's going to be fighting wars. He's going to be lifting all the weight of the ummah on his shoulder in terms of, negotiating, going there, getting bloody.
Yeah, like decision maker.
I can get a council of competent people, regardless of their gender, and then, choose from whichever is the more credible opinion. Because I know statistics do not require a male's IQ. It requires IQ, statistics, analysis, forecasting. I know geopolitical pattern analysis. Even AI can do that. Women or men, it is free of whoever is doing it, as long as he's doing it right. And I wouldn't really, classify women or get them free of the word leadership just because they're women. I would not do that, because I know now a laptop and your software is going to do a lot more for the Muslims right now, and does not require a boy or a girl to know all of this and to become good at it, super competent at it, to help these political moves or these financial moves to be taken. And those two pillars are the core pillars of Islam. So that's where you and I differ.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of reasons why women haven't been given leadership in Islam, whether it's in the family or the state or the community. I think and this is described even by the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam when you look at the explanation of this hadith, which is in Sahih Bukhari about never will a nation succeed that gives its affairs to women as the leader. The explanations from scholars is that referring to another hadith of naqisat in aql, like the deficiency in intelligence of women. But what does that actually mean? Like, it's not the Prophet. These are the words of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He's not trying to insult women. He's describing the reality that there's a certain deficiency in the rationality, the impartiality, the understanding of women compared to men. This is just natural, and it comes from an ontological perspective that, well, the first human being was Adam, and he's a man, and then from his rib is the woman, and the rib is crooked, as explained in hadith. So that actually, there's like a fundamental, essential difference between the male and the female. And it's not just purely competence, because you could say, well, if I have a math exam that I give in school, you can have a really high grade from women and compared to men, so we should have leadership on the basis of those kinds of scores. I think the Islamic ruling really goes beyond that. And they have a lot of empirical data. Ironically, I did a full debate, like a formal debate with a Pakistani woman, actually, on this question of leadership. And it was actually on guardianship, like, should men be the guardians over women? And it was interesting because this Pakistani woman, she had come to the United States or Canada, actually, and she had engaged in modeling and, very inappropriate behavior in terms of job, but she's very aggressive. And so this was a debate. And I cited many empirical studies from psychology of the differences between men and women in terms of, for example, long-term planning. There's clear empirical differences between men and women in terms of long-term planning, decision-making in the face of emotionality, justice, even how to punish or reward people based on their performance. Like, men are much better on these metrics than women in an empirical way, even when you account for education and you account for socioeconomic factors. So anyway, I mean, that's my perspective, but I think on something we overlap, but maybe this is a disagreement.
Yeah, we definitely overlap in guardianship. The word guardianship is a totally different concept. I think it boils down to the biggest problem of Muslims is the inorganic household that we put the Muslim child into, where the man is not in his guardian role, and the woman is actually calling the shots on some things a bit on her kids, which was the role of the father, and she's detaching the kids from distancing the kids from the organic father, and that's because that father was also raised into the inorganic, a role where the man is not dominating the decisions, making the decisions happen, and calling the shots on the bigger, decisions in the house. This is but where all of this comes down to. So I am all for the fact that men should be the Qawwam, and there's a reason why. And it's not just the fact that there's PMS. There's a lot more than just PMS that I actually have, and I put a lot more into this case, so that girls who are conscious of Islam, they want to do something for the generation. They should, if the husbands are not performing, they should push their husbands to perform as husbands, as men, to raise organic children, and see leadership inside the house practiced by men. And this is leadership of the women. If this is the requirement of leadership from the women, that they should put their husbands into the role of the Qawwam, so that boys can grow as men and girls can grow into the carrying that mystique that only a girl can have, and she can think like a girl. Only an organic household can actually raise these kind of kids. Otherwise, perversion is going to come into the minds of kids. And I'm not talking about those sexual perversions. I'm talking about psychological perversions where the boy is going to lose his ability to act like a protector or act like a decision maker, and he's not going to gain enough momentum to get enough IQ in his early or late teens to come into the role in school and university campuses, and then in professional realms or in political realms. And now you can see those timid little midgets in our political realms because they were raised into inorganic households. That's where it starts from. So the cause is within the problem that you identified. The men are losing their guardianship inside their own households, and I blame the men for that. I don't blame the women for that. The man was the leader of the house. If he's not practicing leadership, not going to blame his wife for it. It's the captain of the team. If you're not behaving as a captain, somebody's trying to lead the team. It's on you, buddy. It's not on the girl who's trying to take up the role because you were just benching yourself every single time the heat was on during the game.
Yeah, I think our perspectives are affected by our environment and context. Like maybe a lot of the messaging that you give, which may be more on the egalitarian side or a little bit more than me at least, is based on the fact that maybe in some of the Muslim countries or Muslim areas like Pakistan, maybe it's just went too far in previous generations where there was like mistreatment of women, or there was a level that went beyond something that Islam considers mistreatment.
Still.
And then in the US, in the US side, in the US context, and in the Muslim community in the US and the West in general,
right. That is the difference.
It's like you have immigrants who have come from Pakistan or from India, Bangladesh, the Arab world, Iran, and they see the feminism and they adopt it and they view their own ancestors as being backwards, and then they just overcorrect to such an extent they become full-blown feminists. And every masjid needs to have a female leader, on the board of the masjid, for example, and every conference has to have equal female representation, and all of this kind of feminist nonsense is an overcorrection. So I think we need to find a balance and actually adopt Islamic gender roles and the Islamic teaching on this issue, and I think we're getting there, inshallah.
Yeah. Plus, you know what? In the shortest summary I can tell you, in my opinion, about the current landscape. Well, first of all, Pakistanis, I mean, they fell down from the tree of mistakes, and they hit every branch coming down when it comes down to practicing Islam. So the most broken down, Islamically speaking, household is the Pakistani household, where the woman is treated like I have not seen. I mean, it's a normal and natural reaction that women are giving in Pakistan, trying to get their rights back. Because, I mean, they do not have the right of their property. Absolutely not. I mean, you can't even think about it. You need to understand how bad the situation is. They cannot practice any decision over their own selves. The personal liberty that is the right of every human being, let alone men or women, they do not get personal liberty. They do not have any right of privacy in their own homes. So it's normal that I see that these women are reacting towards. And you're right. I'm speaking from this side of the world where I can see, a totally different level of Guantanamo Bay. And you're on that side of the world where you're right. The word overcorrection is as good as I've heard, that they tried their best to compensate for the conscious error they were making. And they went down the slippery slope inside the Hilton Hotel. You know what I'm saying? And that too in the backyard of the Hilton Hotel. So I'm talking about Hilton because of Paris Hilton, so that I can actually, the play was on the last name of Paris Hilton. Okay. So it's feminism, So it's the fact that I know that, the laptop, your statistical, your mathematical, your chemistry, biology, and physics is going to help the Muslims come up with the bigger solution to the problems now. And I know that if there is a girl who can run statistics better than 10 men I know, I'm not going to be like, you know what, you cannot be in my council because, you know what, you're going to have PMS 7 days a month. I still rather have the 21 good days of the finest analysis than those duffers who's not gonna who are just gonna be, trying to prove who's the bigger alpha in the room just because they're men and they can't do, they cannot find themselves out of a paper bag when it comes down to statistical analysis, even though they have good resumes. So it's that side of the argument that I want to lean on when it comes down to kids who's growing up, girls especially, boys, who have to know that there's a requirement upon you as Muslims. We are not only in the state of war, we are at the depth of incompetence right now as a group. Our IQ is the lowest in the world. We are involved in things which only the richest of the rich should go into: drugs and suicide and procrastination and laziness, couch potatoes, self-harm. All of these are I expect Monaco or some Luxembourg kind of societies to have these kind of problems. Regular Pakistani dude in SEC, socioeconomic class C, is going through problems which billionaires can go through, or only billionaires can go through, raises a lot of eyebrows. And that's why I want girls to come into mathematics, regardless of what their gender is. Boys, Muslims, mathematics, physics, political science, so that they can write foreign policy. And it does not require for you to come out of the house to write policy, to influence policy. We're on social media. We can actually, influence foreign policy by gathering up people without even coming out of the house. So the dynamics have totally changed. 100 years from now, things are not going to be played the way they're played right now. So I want Muslim girls right now to understand this so that they can be a lot more effective, 10 times more effective. And I'm going to give them the right, attitude right now. But if I tell them to just subside or, stand aside because leadership is not your role, they're not going to get any IQ, let alone leadership IQ, but any IQ, because they think we're just, supposed to clean the bench, not even be sitting on the bench during a game. And they're not going to be trained into Islam.
Yeah. I mean, I have to push back a little bit. I didn't want this to just be a gender discussion, but I can't help myself, But I think it's important because, like, the problems that we're seeing, like, again, like overcorrection, because some of the things that we see in Pakistan now, like, okay, fine, we don't want this kind of oppression of women, dhulm on women and girls. On the one hand, that's terrible. That needs to be corrected to bring back the Islamic morality, Islamic treatment of women. But we also see in Pakistan the Awrat March. We also see, this phenomenon, Western-backed Awrat March, like going and marching for feminism and LGBT in the streets of Pakistan. So yeah, they're Western educated, but they're getting educated, right? So where do they get the ideas of the Awrat March? Where do they get some of these feminist ideas? They're getting from these universities, right?
No, they're just watching TV and trying to, come up with it's like a treasure hunt. You know what I'm saying? Kids play. They see a game on TV, they start playing on the street. That's it.
So there's a cost, an opportunity cost to get the girls educated in math, get them educated in science and psychology or whatever. The opportunity cost is that they're not getting married. And this is a disaster. And this is not just affecting Muslims. This is affecting the entire world. You have the fertility crisis where populations are dying off because you don't have a replacement level of reproduction, having children. Women are not having at least 2 children in order to sustain the population, and it's because of many factors, but one of the overarching factor is feminism. But being empowered, going to school, their most productive fertility years, they're being educated, they're focusing on their studies, they're focusing on the spreadsheets, the statistics, the math, instead of getting married, instead of having children, reproducing. Like that's causing it's almost a existential crisis, actually, for many of these nations who have adopted that standard.
I agree. No, I am actually trying to make sure that there is no flavor in and I must correct if you got that flavor, it's my mistake. That if this, going into natural sciences should not come at the cost of natural science, right? Biology is as natural a science that it can be. So I always preach for as early as you can get, marriage, so that you can have a lot more time, and the kids grow up, you can be as productive as you can be. Because I don't want you to, be ineffective in any part of your life. So I think teenagers should be, an effective part of the society. We've actually reduced or flattened the curve so bad that a regular Muslim man is coming into real performance in financial, career, political, or social side of things in his late 30s. That's perversion in my mind. He should be performing, making mistakes and learning from them in his late teens. I'm talking about socially. And by his 20s, he should be a decision maker for, if not just his company, not his country, then his company. It is something which is, we've put a lot more latency. And that's where I am using the word inorganic household. That's what happens when guardianship is given away from the regular, man, and he does not take up his role properly. And you can see estrogen flying through the veins of all of our men, because they took a long time coming out of their mommy's laps. And you see mama's boys, I call them the man child. Man child is a biological man. Psychologically, it's still a child, because he took his time coming out of his mommy's laps. And that's the problem, which I'm calling an inorganic household. And that's why his kids are going to perform in their late 30s. They should have performed 15 years earlier, started to perform. And that's where we're wasting the golden time of Muslim Ummah. The first 20 years are wasted, because those kids are just doing nothing except, being fed and pampered by their mommies, sponsored by their inorganic daddies, their man children.
So what is your recommendation for getting, our youth married earlier in their teenage years, like finding someone? What is, because there's a big cultural obstacle. We know in Islam, like, what's natural is also it's Islamic. The Sharia has closed the door to zina, has closed the door to inappropriate behavior with the opposite sex and these kinds of issues by making marriage halal. That this is the solution. But if you have to wait until you finish your degree, you get a job, you get a house, you get a car, then, like you said, it's your late 30s, only then you can consider marriage. What about the first, since you hitting puberty until that age, that might be more than a decade, 2 decades, are you going to be celibate, or are you going to fall into all these temptations that are laid before you? How can we overcome this cultural gap and return to a more organic, wholesome marriage practice, families that you're advocating?
Well, now that's where I'm going to use the word cost, okay? Because what I've always proposed is that kids should be, not kids, but young adults should be married regardless of whether they're really financially capable or not yet. I think if a Muslim can, even if he cannot give a fatwa, but he can understand the implications of any fatwa, he's mentally ready to be socially performing in his circles, okay? And that's a test that I always give, regardless of whether his mathematics or physics is still degree program is still up for grab. So I think kids, young adults, should be married in their, if not late teens, then as early as possible, because financials, everyone's going to grow regardless of whether he's married or not during his tenure. And education should not be either marriage or education. It's not a left or right side of the equation. Education has nothing to do with the marriage in terms of degree programs or competence development towards their careers. And we should be getting our girls and boys married while they're getting educated. They were always propagated for that, because it's not just the fact that it's going to control zina, and I'm not for celibacy in or I don't look at this whole picture from this angle. I think girls and boys in their youth should not be distracted. And this forbidden fruit actually gets them distracted a lot from their core objective. That's where their IQ drops in their university campuses and their basic education. And if he already is married, that's the cat out of the bag already. He's not really because this is a psychological disposition that I have put this as a pedestal. Marriage is not a pedestal. It's one of those things you got to do. It's not your purpose of life, let alone anything close to it. It's one of those things that you do. You got to do it. Get yourself married and focus on the bigger objective, which is solving the problems of the next 20 years from whenever you were born, or 50 years from whenever you were born. That's the job of a Muslim. And if you're still thinking about, oh, you know what, if I'm going to get a degree, then I'm going to get married, all of a sudden this marriage becomes a lot more important than what it actually is. Because your performance as a man and a woman is what I require, what Islam requires. Your performance as a husband or a wife is not something which is on such high priority. If you get married early enough, then the whole commotion dies down. And you know what? You know that it's not. I mean, it's such an overrated concept that we've blown it out of its proportion. We've given it too much weight, and that's why we cry like we think divorce is way worse than shirk, because we put the marriage pedestal way higher and given it too much importance. Women in Muslim lands think marriage is the reason why they were sent to the planet. Because of us men thinking that, you know what, once I'm going to be a PhD, once I'm going to be a millionaire, once I'm going to have those cars and those houses, that's when I'm going to bring in the queen. All of a sudden, this 18-year-old girl becomes royalty. You know what I'm saying? So if she was to be married early on with a boy who's still walking the path towards his education and career, she would have known that, you know what, I got the best possible companion ever. We're going to grow into this whole career. The whole journey was the fun, and we went through it step by step. The bonding is going to be stronger. There's going to be a lot more companionship between husband and wife. Kids are going to come in early. I am 17 years younger than my mother. I am. Okay. And I'm not the firstborn. I'm the thirdborn. You need to understand. So when it comes down to, my country, my culture, it's really common. All of a sudden, this egalitarian philosophy comes in, and, all of the 30-year-old mother, 30-year-old woman getting married, it's perverted when it comes down to me, because all of the Pakistani last generations, people who came to Pakistan from India, or, the last two generations, they were married when they were 12 or 13. So when a Pakistani is complaining about this, I'm thinking, let me talk to your mommy, man. Forget about this, because your mommy's max 15 years older than you. And just because you grew too old, and nobody married you, or you didn't want to get married to anybody else, does not change the rule of biology. This is not something you can argue against, because biology is against you. So I think biology should be our weapon. So getting married early puts biology on your side. So this is why I think IQ is going to grow if girls get married earlier, and their 20s should be their childbearing ages, not their 40s. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think we're fully agreed on that. Hopefully we can change for the next generation this practice and overcome the cultural obstacles. So I want to get to kind of the core of your thoughts and your vision, especially for those in my audience who might not be familiar with it. And maybe a good starting point is actually with like Mufakkirat Pakistan, Allama Iqbal, the great poet. And your perspective, of course, that Iqbal was much more than a poet. He was actually a revolutionary. He was a renewer, like a mujaddid as well. And can you just elaborate more on Iqbal for us? Give us, a summary, an introduction, and what is his most significant contribution to Muslim revival?
See, man is as good as the problem he solves for his time and the future, right? This is something which I believe in. And Iqbal actually solved the problem for at least the next few generations, setting the right tone for the Muslim when he came with the construct of the word khudi. And he didn't take it from Nietzsche or the Ubermensch was not, and I'm not saying that there was no influence on him, but the fact that he actually played his khudi right into the Quran, or played Quran into the word khudi, actually helped people like me, because he was trying to solve three problems at this time. You need to understand when he was born.
Can you translate khudi first for the audience? What do you mean khudi?
Khudi is, well, Ubermensch. That's as close to what I can actually give you, khudi, because I'm not saying khudi is Ubermensch. What I'm saying is khudi is the word does not exist in the word Urdu. He came up with this word, right? So it's not an Urdu word. You need to understand. It's as Persian as it gets. Yeah.
Yeah, Persian. So, I mean, in Persian, khudi means like selfhood, like yourself.
Yeah, I know. He's trying to actually use the because he's a Persian writer as well, right? So this word he brought from
No,
Persian.
I'm explaining it to the audience, not to you. I know that you know, but for the audience, they don't know khudi. So,
No, we use the word in Urdu.
They don't know Ubermensch either.
We use the word khud for self, right? So we use it. We took it from Persian. Khud is the same word from khudi, but khudi is a Persian word. So he used khudi in Urdu, and he did not really use it for just your selfhood. He used it for the highest amount, the height of self-esteem the Quran requires. He literally uses the scale of height with khudi. Okay, he's not talking about your role as a man. That's just because of khudi. He's talking about your identification in the light of the Quran, in the eyes of Allah and the angels, of how they're looking at you and how they're measuring you up. So that's where he's actually defining khudi. And of course, it's not just the vertical ascent of the man. It's about your spread as as a Muslim man, of how you're actually putting the awsaf of the Prophet inside you, and you're trying to solve the problems through the light of the Quran only. The Quran only. So all of his poetry, he's practically translating the Quran, literally, ayah to ayah. And people who know the Quran and Iqbal both at the same time know that that's exactly what he's doing. And he's not ashamed to, he's not hiding it. He's just saying it. There is no other solution. So what he did was he actually put the man out of the mazar or the khanqah or the shrine, and he put him into play. He put him into politics. He put him into power. He put him into performance. And he actually, called out the definition, and he changed the definition. He actually, used psychology as an instrument, Quran as a medium, and he tried to redefine or reconstruct the definition of the archetype of the man, or the Muslim, or the mu'min. And he used the word khudi bin mu'min all the time. So that is, and I'm not going to go into the critique of why people think that he was actually influenced by Nietzsche, because he was living in the time of Nietzsche in Germany, practically living there. So he had to be influenced. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, whatever I know and I've read, and I'm from a family of poets, I'm looking at it from an angle of poetry. A lot of people who don't even know anything about poetry, and they know everything about Iqbal, and writing about Iqbal, I actually, sometimes I'm smiling at the naivety of these people, of how they don't even know the way a poet expresses 3 or 4 different meanings in the same share. So what I'm trying to tell you is that he redefined the Muslim. He redefined the role of a Muslim, and he gave that identity. Now, philosophically speaking, that's the biggest change. He changed the direction of the man. But practically speaking, that is as good of a medicine that the subcontinental Muslim needed at that time. And since he was not a bearded, turban-wearing scholar, he had to receive all the heat from the scholarship, and he got all the heat. He was fatwa against fatwa, and ban against ban against ban. So he did not shy away, nor did he stop. He kept on powering through, and he spoke to the intellectual elite way more than the regular Joe. So he got a lot more published, a lot more virality, and he knew how to play his cards. So he kept on playing to change the definition of how a Muslim should look at the archetype of the man or the woman. And I think he succeeded way beyond what a man can in his own generation. So much so that not only he became the biggest influencer of his time, he became the national poet of 300 million, 700 million people, 600 million to be exact, Bangladesh and Pakistan combined. They just, and he became a the most credible voice for understanding how to look at Islam, even though he was not a scholar by any standard of the current scholars. So that's quite an achievement if you look at it, because we know the kind of ivory towers these scholars live into, and we know the kind of egos that they carry. We know the kind of fatwas that they can give, like tomahawks, firing on your every word that you've ever said or written. And he still kept on going on. And through his political career, I think he walked the talk. And the way he actually maneuvered Jinnah, our founder, the founder of Pakistan, he practically was hand maneuvering Jinnah's psychology, brought him back from England, played him right into it, did not have this, God syndrome that people have in our leadership currently and throughout the history. He played the role of the facilitator of thought. He was the thought behind Pakistan. Practically, he wrote the thought of the architecture of the way Pakistan is going to be constructed, word to word, and even the geography was written by this guy. So not only that, he was picking the right people, he was saying the right things, and he led the whole movement into liberating 90 million Muslims at that time. And that's something which I think should go down in history as probably the biggest, if not the biggest, then in the top 100 achievements of all men.
So let's get maybe a more specific, let's just give a practical example. So how can I operationalize or practice khudi? How will I practically be able to change my life? Like, what tangible things should I be doing differently to actually implement khudi, like this philosophy, this concept that Iqbal is promoting for the nation of Pakistan, for all the mu'mineen, for all the Muslims? What is it actually tangibly, like if we can get very specific, to apply this? How can it actually change someone's life, let alone the course of an entire nation?
No, without going any far, let's just talk about this podcast alone. Whenever you ask me any question, I have two decisions to make: whether to actually please the people who are going to listen to this, especially when it comes down to critical issues or controversial issues. Why do you think anything is controversial? Because there's a chasm between two different types of brains. Now, it is my job to understand where the truth lies. That's one. That's the requirement of khudi. Okay, and to come up with enough courage to, even if it comes at the cost of displeasure of my own people and the audience is going to follow, and still uphold the truth, enough courage. And I'm doing it right now, consciously, because I can see two doors. Whenever you ask me a question, I can see those two doors. You can see those two doors. We're conscious enough Muslims. We're public speakers. We know where the audience is going to sway and what we're trying to do, what we're trying to achieve. And are we trying to please our own people who are going to follow this, or listeners who are trying to get more comments and trying to get more praise? Or we're going to do the right thing? Where is the cost? What is the cost, first of all? Where is the cost? And how much is the cost? If I can calculate that, that's half the job done. The rest of the half is to actually do it and say the right thing. Now, that standard is the vertical scaffoldings you can see of where he defines khudi as. First you got to understand, then you got to have the attributes to practice that understanding, for example, courage, and then you got to have the skill to play all of those attributes into the public sphere, or the political sphere for that matter. And once we know, then we got to put ourselves on the test. And I'm putting that test on all the time. Ever since I've learned the word khudi, I knew that it is self-accountability. Only if I know what accountability is for. If I don't know the rules, I don't even know whether I'm breaking them or I have to live up to them, right? So my knowledge structure becomes a test of my own attributes. My attributes become a test of my own skill, and my skill becomes a test of all the people who are going to listen to me. So I'm a walking, talking stencil. If I am, I'm not saying I am. I should be. And we have to choose between which door we're going to walk through every single time I'm going to get a chance. You put me on the spot like 6 times already during this half hour, an hour. Now, I'm telling you from my own example that I had to choose that door every time. You're talking about women role. I'm thinking, okay, a lot of women are going to dislike, not going to like whatever I'm about to say, but who cares, man? Right now, I'm talking about the Quran here. This is not about women or men. This is not about whether I'm going to be smiling at the boys, like saying, yo, you know what? He gave it to them or whatever, thumbs up or whatever, because that is in itself is a disease. That is the disease which makes pharaohs walk, the streets of Egypt. That, you're actually, feeding off of your own followers and, on your own praise and counting all of those likes and all of those, comments. This is something which is the basic training of khudi. That, if you're not free of this disease, then you're not going to be able to go to level 2. Once you go to level 2, totally different kind of disease. And level 3 is a qualification of level 4. And so on and so forth. This is what I'm saying right now. That until I knew that, I am the walking, I have the same passport as my Prophet ﷺ. I am going through the same checkpoints as my Prophet ﷺ all the time. And if I'm not qualified to know what kind of tests I'm going through, then first of all, I have to just forfeit the passport. Because I'm tarnishing the passport if I have just ego, false confidence, and powering through all those checkpoints and saying that just because I'm getting popular opinion, I'm upholding the passport of the Prophet ﷺ or the identity of the Prophet ﷺ. I'm not. I need to be competent enough, understand the technicality of things, know the rules, play with the rules of the Quran, and then go through the checkpoint. Then, even if I get stopped by the checkpoints, it's still a victory. Now, this is not philosophy. I'm talking about whatever's going on right now, in my head right now. So this is as practical as it gets, because I know most of the people, and I'm not saying I have some karama, okay? Khudi is going to give you that. I walk into any room, in the first 10 minutes of the conversation, and I'm sure you do too, any Muslim who's read the Quran, who's read the Seerah, by the way, and then read the Quran, he can see those little idols that people are trying to worship, those little, those big idols that people are afraid of, those demons that people are afraid of, in the first 10 minutes of the conversation. Even if there are 20 people in the room, you can see those 20 demons haunting those people. That's the power of khudi that Iqbal was talking about. That, first of all, you kill your own demons. And you need to have that kind of courage. There's, many attributes he talks about. He writes those attributes as a list, by the way. So, Sabak par, I'm just going to quote him wrong. I don't want to quote him wrong. But he says, because I don't want to quote Urdu to you because you're not going to understand Urdu here, okay? So he says, unless you have the courage, you're not going to have the energy or the confidence to practice Islam. And if you're not going to have the energy or the courage to practice Islam, you are the enemy of Islam, because you're going to be known as Sahil Adeem, the Muslim, and people are going to think this is the guy who represents Islam, even though you are the person who is the exact opposite of Islam, just by your name. Just like, I'm going to give you an example. Most of the Muslims right now, whatever they're doing, most of whatever they're doing, are the exact reasons of why Islam came to the world, of how to stop doing this. And the fact that we have the Quran in our homes, we have, that little fear of Allah in our hearts, and we have this little certificate that I am the guy who has the least degree of iman, that because I think of evil as bad, I do not say anything about it because I'm not courageous enough. I don't do anything or stop it with my hand because I'm not capable enough, still makes me a Muslim, is the merit set by the current Muslims. Even though they're not the people of the lowest degree of iman prescribed by the Prophet ﷺ. They are the people who are endorsing and enforcing the evil, consciously sometimes, most of the time subconsciously. And that's my case. And that's where Iqbal is actually helping the regular Muslim. That, dude, first of all, know, then develop, and then practice. So these 3 levels, knowing, which is the knowledge, develop, which is the attributes, practice, which is the skill. So unless you're competent through the skill on the attributes, which are, all what the Prophet ﷺ practiced, on the knowledge of the Quran, then get out of the way. You are the problem. It doesn't matter whether you're Donald Trump or Mohammed bin Sulaiman or, whether you're Abu Jahl or Abu Bakr. You need to get out of the way because you are not in, you're not helping the solution right now. For the people who are conscious of what the solution is, are capable or trying to be capable of what the solution is and deliver the solution. This is why I'm telling you, Iqbal is known as a philosopher, but his practical his manifestation of his philosophy is the movement of Pakistan and the way he actually, resurrected the definition. Otherwise, people like me, boys like me, when we were growing up, we would have, delegated Islam to the mullah, to the scholar, and I swear to you, we would not have done anything. I wouldn't have become a secular guy, but I would not have been an activist or a missionary practicing Islam in my daily life, in my mission. Because of this change in definition to Iqbal, I not only got it, but I took it as a responsibility that this is not a choice that we have to make. The choice was already made before we were born. When Allah said, "Inna aradna al-amanata ala as-samawati wal ardi wal jibal," hamalaha al-insan I was the insan who got, who impregnated myself with the burden of this leadership. Iqbal is reminding us of that. So I came into activism, became a missionary, because it was the basic merit that unless you're performing, get out of the way. That's what he did to men like me. And I was born 100 years later. Imagine what he was doing to boys of his own time.
So one thing that is interesting is the concept of khudi or selfhood is you're portraying it and explaining it and all the benefits and the positives that come from that. It's interesting because in Islamic thought and spirituality, we have the concept of nafs. And nafs can be positive, but it can also be very negative. It can be very damaging in terms of ego and self-righteousness, a kind of misplaced self-confidence that can become arrogance, can become kibr or takabbur. And in Islamic spirituality, we also have, like in tazkiyah, we have the concept of fana, like annihilation of the ego, the, it can be translated as the self, annihilating the self. And that will drop the veil and allow you to see the truth. That will allow you to see the haqq when you are able to drop the veil through destroying, like annihilation of the self. So these are like, and of course we have the three levels of nafs. You have nafsul ammara bisu, nafsul lawama, nafsul mutama'inna being the highest level, the self that is pleased with the decree of Allah and is obedient to the will of Allah. Like these are the levels of nafs. So how does all that relate to khudi as Iqbal conceives of it, how you conceive of it? And do we see a tension here? Like, is there a tension? Is there a potential problem of someone taking this ideology of khudi? Because clearly it was a problem with Nietzsche. And I know you distinguish like Iqbal from Nietzsche. Maybe there's an influence, but Iqbal is extracting maybe the Islamic concept from Nietzsche. But in Nietzsche's perspective, like he has the famous quote, "God is dead." God is dead, and what he means by that is not literally in any sense. He means that the normative weight of God, the guidance of God, the way that God and theology structures our worldview, that is gone. Now people have to structure their worldview and what they believe to be right and wrong and how to live their lives, not on theology, not on religion, not on God, but on their own will to power, their own will to define it as such. And that's how they become the overman or the Ubermensch. And so that clearly that's something that you disagree with. Clearly that's something that's against Islam. Like we don't define what is right and wrong and how to live according to our own selves, to our own nafs. That would be a disaster. That's satanic. That's shaitan. That's iblis. But how can we protect ourselves if, and we're, everything that you're saying is so positive. We want to develop ourselves. We want to aspire. We want to ascend. We want to acquire those skills. We want to make a difference. We want to make change. We want to improve not only ourselves, but our societies, our civilization. How can we prevent, what are the guardrails to prevent that aspiration or that ego from turning satanic, to becoming all-consuming? And this is, we see it. Like, we see people who they start out very good. Like, they have a very positive message. Like, even amongst Muslim speakers, they have a very positive message and they're very competent, they're skilled, they're able to go out and inspire people. But then the ego just becomes too much and it becomes all-consuming. And that's when they go astray. They go astray and they start deviating. So is this something that you have thought about? I'm sure you have. And what are the guardrails that can protect us on a spiritual level from that kind of folly?
It's a complex question. Let me give you a little precursor on what I'm about to say. There's a deeper system inside psychology where your first mental response is based on either fear or risk. I mean, either you become risk evasive or you become the risk taker. Now, fear is always going to be there. And it is not just the ubermenches of the world who've actually consciously thought about whatever or practiced doctrines over doctrines of whatever theology that they were born into, but regular people you can see through whatever walks of life in armies or soldiers or people who are in situations where they were supposed to guard their families and protect their families, or certain situations, you can see that deeper system gets triggered where you overcome that fear regardless of whatever the cost is, based on whatever you need to do. People do that every other day on this planet based on whatever situation they're in. You can see people running with their children to the hospital regardless of whatever they're going to happen, whether they're wearing clothes or not, because they need to. People are trying to save lives of other people voluntarily because they see that risk of whatever they see, and they jump into oceans and rivers and whatever just to save, unknown strangers. And you can see all of that deeper system triggered. Now, this is why I'm telling you this is just basic psychology. We see that. I mean, it does not require a mu'min or a guy of a high rated self stature inside the definition of Khudi or Nietzsche. It's just a regular man who can do that. That means it was already there. Now, the way I see ego is that ego is not an entity which is evil. I refute, Freudian psychology. His actual angle was based on, because he was born. Ironically, we're talking about people of the same country and the same time. But ego is not something, I don't look at it from this angle. I've studied it extensively. And when I read the 3 stages of the nafs, I don't see the 3 stages. I see 3 different nufus, 3 different elements inside the nafs, which either one is going to overpower the other. So nafs al-lawwama, when Allah swears upon nafs al-lawwama, imagine the beauty of this nafs al-lawwama. Now, that's not the nafs al-lawwama which I see. I see the nafs al-lawwama not fighting between good and evil. It is fighting between the headaches that he has, that man has, that pain and misery that he has when he sees the right things not being done. His problems are coming from the incompetence of his own people or his own self. His pain and misery is because of the waste of time that he should have spent developing himself. And that's his ego burning right now. That's not kibr. That is absolutely not kibr. That's not evil. That's the height of the human being, understanding the problem, understanding the depth of the problem, knowing the proportion of the solution that he's got in his own hands, knowing the capability of what percentage of the solution he can give, and crying about this, burning in pain because of the fact that that solution is not enough, that symmetry is not enough of the solution, because the problem's symmetry is bigger or different, and he's not going to be able to deliver. Now, this is where the angle of khudi comes into play. If you're still fighting between evil and good, if you're still fighting between your nafs and all of the desires of the nafs, you're not even qualified for khudi yet. Khudi is a way higher, standard. This is your basic man. This is not your overman. This is your basic man who's fighting between nafs, between his desires and his whims and his fancies and his fetishes. No. Khudi is already cleaned up from that. He's too busy. He's already established himself as a guy who's going to solve the problem. Not the fact that he's not just established. He's structured into it. He's wired into understanding the problem. He's looking for them all the time. And since he's looking for it, he's seeing a lot more than the regular Joe. And since he's seeing all of it, he is in a lot more pain. And that's why he's getting that energy. Now, his ego is his power here. He's not that, I'm better than them. This is not even the fight between good or better or worse. It's about whether you're there or not. If I'm there, I'm the guy who's doing his job. Everybody else is the other guy. You know what I'm saying? This ego is making him that guy who does his job. So we've actually looked into this ego from a very Freudian angle. Iqbal does not look at it from the Freudian angle. He has really, disqualified the guy who's still not done with the fight between him and his own nafs. That dude is not even grown into Islam yet. He's not a bigger standard or qualified for the bigger fight yet. This man is being developed into superior leadership and superior psychology. He's already too busy. And it's a totally different evil that comes to, and Iblis himself comes to tempt him into a totally different problem or different, slip, if you may use the word here. And that's not because from the basics of, he's in the big league right now. So he's not going to get a softball. He's going to get a 90 miles per hour curveball every single time. And he's going to know the price that this is not, if he misses on this, if he gets struck out on this, it's not just him who's going to lose, because he's already chosen the big fight already. So if he's not taken up all of that burden on himself, he's not qualified to use the word khudi here. So Iqbal says, I'm going to tell you in Urdu, because a lot of people understand Urdu. Iqbal says, khudi ka basera tere dil mein hai, falak jis tarah aankh ke til mein hai. Which means that it's a tiny little people that you have inside your eye. But all of the universe is seeping into it, even though you can't compare these two, and all of the universe has to seep into you. If you're not looking at the whole picture all the time, and you're not looking at the biggest problem, if you're not solving the biggest problem, then get out of the way, because there's a guy who's getting ready for it. He's already done with those petty little things. He's grown out of all of those, desires. He's fighting the big fight, and he knows how to fight the big fight. So anybody who's not capable of trying to come and help him, and who's not at that level, becomes his problem. And you know what? When Surah Fatah starts, have you ever pondered upon Surah Fatah? How it starts? And Allah Azza wa Jalla is talking to his Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. And Allah Azza wa Jalla is saying to his Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam that we have forgiven your sins before and after. Imagine that line. Imagine. Why would Allah Azza wa Jalla say to the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam? Because as the leader of the universe, a lot of people can come together, and that's not the perfect people coming together. Perfection is within that guy alone. And all of those imperfect people come in, and they ruin the symmetry of the solution. And this man, Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, knows the symmetry of the solution. But all of these people do not know the symmetry of the solution, because they don't even know the symmetry of the problem. Allah in the Quran says, وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. And what does he say? Because I can see the enemy that you can see, and I can see that enemy which you can't even see. You don't even know the symmetry of the problem. You don't even know the enormity of the problem, let alone the symmetry. And for you to solve that problem, you need to have that capability to solve that problem. And that's why when I read the Seerah, oh my God, Any conscious Muslim can't even go through the Sirah without crying like a baby that what were those guys doing? They didn't even understand what the Prophet ﷺ was going through. And I'm here looking at it because obviously they had the purest intent, they had the best people, but they were given you know what? I was reading the Sirah of Abu Yusuf, I think, when he says Umar al-Khattab had it easy for him. Umar al-Khattab had it too easy for him. Uthman bin Affan had the easiest for him. It was Abu Bakr Siddiq who had the toughest job in the planet because he had to become the successor of the Prophet ﷺ. He was bound to fail. He writes that nobody can come up with the standard. Nobody can live up to the standard of the Prophet ﷺ, and everybody knew the standard of the Prophet ﷺ. And still Abu Bakr Siddiq went through and did whatever he could. And imagine the weight on his shoulders. When I was reading those lines, I was thinking, oh my God, I can't even imagine. Nobody can imagine. Any conscious human being cannot even imagine that I will become the Khalifa after Muhammad bin Abdullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and live up to that perfection in every single angle of the whole responsibility. And so what I'm saying is, this ego is required for a Muslim. My case is that we need to harness this ego inside Islam. We cannot be mutakabbir, but we have to be super proud of Islam. We cannot be ajiz with our iman. We have to be proud of our iman. That pride comes from our ego. So whenever we use this Freudian version of ego, all of a sudden, our pride goes down. We have to come up with some other construct, which is not there. The psychology is simple. It's a linear vertical map. Our deepest system actually does, start with the emotion of fear. And it is only our ego that is going to come up with, overcoming that hoop or jumping through that fire. Because that fear is too big. You can see 2 billion Muslims right now. The only one commonality between 2 billion Muslims is that they're afraid. And look what's going on with the Iranians or the Palestinians or the Sudanese. Look what happened to the Syrians, or look what happened to the Libyans or the Iraqis. Imagine, but because that deepest system, they can't even come up with, the first stage of the journey. They're still stuck at the first stage of the journey because we defined it wrong. So what I'm saying is, imagine the mind of the guy, which Iqbal is defining, that this man is in deeper misery because he can see, he can understand, he knows he's capable, but he knows he's all alone, and this is a way bigger enemy in front of him. Way bigger problem. And he needs to develop all of those people, but most of those people don't even, his own people are going to come against him. Literally what happens to every prophet, alayhimus salam. His own people, his loved ones, his family come against him. Not only ridicule him, they persecute him, trying to kill him every single chance they get. Imagine what is the problem to solve for a prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's the same problem that we have been given. Every Muslim conscious man is going to go through the same journey of our Prophet ﷺ, that our own people are going to go against us. Whenever we're going to lift the flag of Haqq, everyone, our mommies and daddies, they're going to laugh at us. And all the powers of all the countries, all the regions are going to come against us. So you can see Ghatafan, you can see Quraysh, you can see Banu Qurayza, you can see the Umayyads later on. You can see every single human being went through the same journey. But most of the people don't even understand the problem, let alone become capable of the solution. So this is the problem Iqbal is putting inside the head of the mind of the Muslim man, that if you're not burdened with this problem, then get out of the way, because somebody's got to solve this problem for you, buddy.
Yeah, that's a lot to take in and understand. So I think that's a very interesting, rich perspective. I want to continue to explore this with you. So I want to ask you other questions that are related to this issue and your perspective on Muslim revival and the role of the individual. But you've expressed a lot of criticism, and maybe this is the biggest criticism that you get on your critique of Islamic orthodoxy. You have a critique of Islamic orthodoxy. You also have a critique of classical Islam. And if I understand you correctly, you've said things like classical orthodoxy has failed us. So this is why I want to understand, can you elaborate, what is the failure here? And, my perspective, I'll leave my perspective to after you share yours, because I don't want to color what you're going to share with us. So in what sense, classical orthodoxy, and you don't mean like just the contemporary imams, because you've already expressed some of the criticism of contemporary imams, that complacency, being sellout, some of them, but you actually have a critique of the time period, maybe going to the 15th, 16th, or 17th centuries. Like there's a certain time period in the later stages of the Islamic tradition that you feel has been a failure or has been a source of problems. So can you elaborate this and explain?
Two things. First, let's talk about square one, where I believe that Islam. See, you put a book in front of you. A normal and first natural question to ask is, what does this book want? If I want to read this book, what's the case here? What's the case this writer is all about? The Quran actually has a very simple case, and the current definition of Islam is as individualistic as it can get in any doctrine that I've ever read. Even Buddhists are a lot more about their community than the current definition of Islam. It's about tazkiyah nafs all over the place. And I know where they're getting it from, because when they quote precedents from the time when Muslims were already into power. They do not quote precedents from the late 1900s, or when the turmoil was really at its peak in the First World War or the post-World Wars, or during the whatever problems the Muslims were going through. They start quoting from Ibn Kathir, or they quoting from Qurtubi, or Razi, or Jawzi, or every person, or at best Abu Hanifa. So when I quote Abu Hanifa, they start quoting Abu Yusuf. They keep changing the goalpost, because their deeper narrative comes from this definition that Islam is about. What is the purpose of Islam? I keep asking a simple question: what is the purpose of Islam? If you do not know the purpose of Islam, then what are you doing here? You're telling me to play football. Okay, what am I going to get out of football? You're trying to make me go to the gym. What's the purpose of going to the gym? You're trying to make me be a good Muslim. What's the purpose of being a good Muslim? What's the purpose of Islam? And I have not seen a single definition or single narrative that this is why we're sent on the planet. And when I, distill it down from all of those, whatever these people are written or preaching, I don't see any Sahabi qualifying on it. So they came up with it. It's like individual tazkiyah. That's the best. So I'm not responsible for any adult Muslim, even if he's my daughter or son, adult Muslim. We're done. Okay, I made a lot of mistakes. He's how he is, my son. She is how she is, my daughter. And I'm done now. So I do my own tazkiyah and that's it. Get out of here. I'm not responsible for anybody else. That is the current mental disposition of whatever literature they're pumping us pumping into our veins and brains. So that is my basic disagreement as to why are you not putting power into the center stage of your definition of Islam. When the Quran does that, Quran makes it incumbent upon us to rule the world with the commandment of Allah. It is incumbent upon you. Allah has made it incumbent upon every group that Allah Azza wa Jal sent before the Muslims as well. So it happened to the Bani Israel. It happened to the Christians. It happened to the Muslims. It happened to all of the people of the sons of Ibrahim alayhi salam. It happened to Nuh alayhi salam. Everybody was told to take care of everyone and put all of these rulings into play globally. Now, there is case over case over case that Muslims are fighting that prophets only come for their own people. That's why I know that they are as individualistic as it gets. So my principal disagreement is that unless you put Muslims into power and make it a fard, that unless you are working towards gaining power, you are not a party to Islam. You're party to any force that is going against Islam. So when Allah Azza wa Jalla sent the angels to the village to kill those people who were committing the gravest sin of their own time, Allah Azza wa Jalla says in the hadith that He sent the angels to the people who are Zahideens. First, destroy their homes, because all they're doing is they're doing their own tazkiyah. They're not taking responsibility of the village. So it is something which is evident from the movement of the Prophet ﷺ and the Sahabas. They didn't really just sit around in Makkah or Medina. They started sending expeditions for the sake of all of those letters that were sent, and on places where their letters are not even sent. That Islam is not here only for our own benefit. It is going to become liyudhirahu ala dini kulli through a technique and a definition. Technique is competence, definition is philosophy. And right now, Muslims are shrinking themselves down into little places, and so much so that it becomes only a matter for my own self. That is my case and my disagreement with the orthodoxy right now. Now, everyone in Pakistan and everywhere I went to, every scholar has given me the same case, which I'm actually representing in front of you, that Sahil Adeem, you came up with this new definition of Islam, that Islam makes it incumbent upon you to be in the rule. It is not a fard to become a ruler. Now, my rebuttal is very simple. The Quran is the book of ahkam and law. Only a lawman, only a lawgiver can practice the Quran. If there is no law of the Quran in the land, you have to become the chief justice or the governor or the head of state to put the law in play. Otherwise, you won't be able to live under the laws of Allah Azza wa Jal in your own land. So it is a precursor to the Quran that, you know what, you are going to be making the laws. Kutiba alaykumus siyam, kutiba alaykumul qital. How are you going to do kutiba alaykumus siyam or salah or qital? You cannot do that unless you are the person who's representing the Quran is also representing the law. So now we have two different Muslims, people who are taking care of the law and people who are taking care of the Quran. And you can see every single part of the planet that people who are taking care of the law in Muslim lands are the people who are never going to follow the Quran, and people who are claiming that they are the pious waliullahs of Allah Azza wa Jal. If they practice the Quran, they do not have anything to do with the law. If anything, they are under the law of Taghut every single country. And they think that is the epitome of it. That is the job. That's the job. We just supposed to do dawah towards what? Dawah towards what? You cannot do amar bil maruf. You can only do dawah ilal khair. Amar bil maruf is the basic merit of Islam. You cannot do amar bil maruf. You can only do dawah ilal maruf if you're not in power. Amar bil maruf is done through power. Amar is the seeker of power. So unless you're in the rule, you cannot do amar bil maruf. And every Muslim you'll ever find, every scholar, he'll say, oh, we are doing amar bil maruf, brother. We cannot do one nahi al munkar because that's the job of the rulers. And that's because they are pervertedly defined. They're not doing amar bil maruf. They're only doing dawah lil khair.
So isn't this a critique of just contemporary secularized scholars or imams? Like, this is not a critique of classical scholarship, because within classical scholarship you don't so that's a clarification. So you don't have any issue with the classical scholars, you don't have an issue with the Islamic tradition.
Of course not. I I take all of my psychological precedents from all the Sahabas, regardless of wherever and what time they were, and the Tabi'ins. I think I probably I have many courses where I have actually developed critical thinking models, psychological uplift models, superior psychology models, emotional intelligence models. All of them come from the Sahabas and the Tabi'ins. I do critique Abu Yusuf, like people, that why did he take up the Qadi al-Qudda position when Abu Hanifa declined it and was martyred for it, martyred because of it. And these people are using Abu Yusuf as precedents that, you know what, we can submit to the Sultan. You need to understand, they're using him as precedents. And I'm thinking, when did Abu Yusuf become a source of our precedents? He's actually a nobody compared to any Sahabis, and Sahabis were totally against it. So the current regimentation has polluted the psychology of the Muslims right now. And they keep cherry picking instances from as early as they can go. And it's an easy instrument, either Hussein alayhi salam or your psychology or your precedents. If Hussein does not fulfill your precedents, I'm going to choose Hussein, buddy. I'm not going to choose your precedents. I don't care what you're going to quote in front of me. If you're not going to quote Umar al-Khattab, if you're not going to quote Ahmad bin Hanbal, who did not submit, and you submitted, and you have precedents, and he did not. Imagine Ahmad bin Hanbal tortured for months and months and months because he was not giving the fatwa. And these people give fatwas 3 times a day. And they use precedents to give fatwa 3 times a day for their sultans. And they themselves call Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. I'd rather not be associated with this name just because of the fact that they're branding it and they're identifying with it. Because Ahmad bin Hanbal did not submit to the fatwa, did not give the fatwa. Abu Hanifa did not. Shafi did not. Malik was put on a donkey, ridden all over Medina because he was not giving fatwa for the Sultan. These are the 4 Aima Ikram for these Ahl Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Who are they following? I do not know. Because they're saying, well, they have to submit to the ruler. Well, I'm sorry. That is not Islam, to submit to the ruler. Islam is to submit to Allah Azza wa Jal and follow the Prophet only. And most of our rulers are not our rulers. Most of our rulers are directly, not even in secret, taking dictation on daily basis from Washington. And they think they're going to quote precedents from Islamic literature in front of me to follow these puppets. If 1% of this had happened in the time of Sahaba or the Tabi'in, all hell would have broken loose. Yazid was 1,000,000 times better than any ruler ruling right now in any part of the world, Islamic world, because Yazid was not being dictated by Rome. You need to understand. So this is something which I keep on contesting, that what is kufr bawa then? Tell me, if not Donald Trump is not kufr bawa, what is? If MBS was not with Epstein, it's not kufr bawa. What is? I want to know what this precious entity of kufr bawa is, because it's nowhere to be found. Everyone is being killed. Everyone is doing everything filthy, but there's no kufr bawa somewhere. You know? So that's the problem that I have with these folks.
So, yeah, I mean, but what about I think the interesting thing that you also argue is that, well, the imams, they should not be paid. They should not be paid by the state.
They cannot be paid.
But they have to be politically involved. They have to speak on politics. They should speak truth to power. So elaborate on this, like, what is the role of the imam? So the imam, if he's not going to be paid by the state, which is fine, like in the United States, there's no state imam. There's no state mufti. There's no position like that. Obviously, it's a secular country. It's a non-Muslim country.
In the United States, everybody is a state mufti. That's what I believe. Otherwise, they'd not be in the United States. Okay.
What do you mean? Elaborate on that.
The way they check up on everybody. I mean, I know 200 people just because they're carrying CDs of Aulaki, they were caught in and sent to places you know where. And these people are running masjids all over the from west to east coast. And you think no one is noticing? In Toronto, in my own masjid in Toronto, there was a policeman every Jummah, in the name of security, by the way. He was listening to the Jummah khutbah way more than any one of us. You know what I'm saying? And you think these muftis in America, they're not endorsed, or, you know, I was talking to this, I'm not going to name names. I asked him.
You can if you want. You can name names if you want.
He's a Canadian, he's a famous Canadian guy. You know, I asked him point blank, why are you giving up? Why are you omitting facts from the Ghazwas, even if you want to quote them? Are you doing it on purpose? And he says, you know what? Listen, brother. The rationale is, and because he knows I'm a problem child in the masjid, right? So he picks me up and he's like, listen, if you don't know the big problem, big mission, then you're not helping the people who are trying to, you know, work towards it. And I said, what's the big mission? He said, listen, these Canadian Muslims, these Americans, they're not even going to pray. They don't even know what Allah is. And you're talking about the real Islam and all of the job? That's going to be too much for them. So if we give the full version of Islam, these people are going to kick us out, and these Muslims are going to be left for the atheists to devour upon. Like, that's your play? That's your big excuse of giving a 50%? Why don't you just join Elijah Muhammad, man? Because that's exactly what Nation of Islam is. That we're going to go 50%, 90%, 10%, based on the situation we're in, because we got a bigger mission at play. You know, so this is something exactly what the Quran says, that they hide something from the Quran. They don't give you the whole truth. You know, it's not that they don't believe in it. They keep omitting it because they're trying to, you know, satisfy the Obamas and the Trumps and the Bushes. So it's or the Harpers or the Trudeaus, wherever they are. So what I'm saying is, they're endorsed. They're sometimes even enforced inside America or Canada or England or Australia or wherever, European or wherever the Western powers are letting them give sermons. And they themselves define it as normative Islam. Read up. I'm sure you have. People who are listening to this podcast, you read up. The white man defines normative Islam as okay. And they call Hanifa to Malik to Shafi'i to Hanbal as normative Islam. They just don't like the full version of Islam before it or after 1924. The normative Islam is okay by the West because it is tazkiyah, this is Sufiyas and awliyas coming into shrines and, you know, dancing with these little turbans and going towards tasawwuf and practicing in their own masjids and fasting in their own places and doing hajj and spending charity and, you know, cleaning themselves up 5 times a day. That's awesome, man. They just don't open your army depots just like America has done in 200 countries. Because that's our version of deen, not your version of deen. Your version of deen, when you're going to start doing that, we're going to call it Al-Qaeda or whatever extremist, fundamentalist or terrorist group. Only we are allowed to be politically enforced. Only we are allowed to come together and join our currency and combine our resources and rule over you. Only we are allowed to call right and right, wrong and wrong, rights and rights, duties and duties. Only we're going to do that. And we're going to come up with that every single decade. We're going to refute the last decade, but we're going to keep coming up with it, unless, of course, we satisfy the normal consensus of the people around us. And this consensus, this popular opinion, is going to define what is right and wrong. And we're going to call it democracy. And unless you abide by it, we're not going to call or let you practice it. And a conscious Muslim scholar is okay with it and is living and breathing and thriving into it and calling itself Islam. I am okay with the fact that you're living and thriving into it, Mr. Scholars. What I'm not okay is that you're calling it Islam. Call it Nation of Islam, just like Elijah did in your own country. He was a pretty stand-up guy. He wanted to do whatever he wanted to do. He was trying to free the slaves. He called it Nation of Islam because he could only practice a percentage, and he wanted to call it Islam because he was in love with our Prophet ﷺ. Do it like that. Don't you use our Prophet's name, because he practiced all of Islam from day one, and that's why he was being persecuted by his own people. And your version of Islam in America is being hugged around by Donald Trump, and he calls you for prayers breakfast, and he celebrates your version of Islam.
Yeah, but
and
that
it
has
comes
nothing
at
to
a
do.
cost.
That has nothing to do with Hanafi, Shafi, Maliki, and Hanbali. Like this, I think is maybe we disagree, and we've talked a little bit about it offline. But the issue of because you say that we want to go back to the Sahaba and the Salaf, but who has preserved the teachings of the Sahaba and the Salaf? It's the scholars who came afterwards. It's the Shafi, the Hanafi, the Maliki, the Hanbali scholars and others. Their madhahib have died. They're no longer existent, but these four have preserved over the centuries, 1400 years, for us to actually know what did the Sahaba believe? What did the Sahaba and the Salaf actually teach? What is the Quran? Like the Quran has been preserved only because of these scholars in our history for 1400 years. We didn't get the Quran, on a CD disc or a flash drive or a hard drive. We got the Quran transmitted through these individuals, not only through these ulama, through these scholars, not only the Quran, but also the tafsir of the Quran, not only the tafsir, but also the hadith, not only the hadith, but also the sharh, the explanation of the hadith, the sunnah. All of this has been transmitted through individuals, ulama, in an unbroken chain. And that's really critical for the preservation of Islam. We can't say that, well, they have this kind of tazkiyah focus. Nothing wrong with tazkiyah. Obviously, tazkiyah is the core of Islam, I would say. But the kind of secularized distortion that you're describing, I don't think that's a product of the Islamic history of the ulama. I think that when you look at the classical schools, the madhahib, they're teaching the proper approach to amr bil ma'ruf, nahi anil munkar, having the power, Islamic power from the top down, the requirements of all this. I think that's always been a part of the Islamic tradition, and it was only in the modern period with colonialism, with the Western imperial powers dominating Muslim society, destroying the madrasas, destroying the centers of Islamic learning, destroying the awqaf, the financial system of the ulama. Like all of that was a project to reduce Islam and to reduce the Islamic methodology and Islamic teaching and secularize Islam into saying, as you're describing, that Islam is only tazkiyah, only worry about yourself, only worry about like purifying the soul, don't worry about the laws of the land, don't worry about the criminal punishment, don't worry about the economic system, don't worry about the banking system, don't worry about qital, don't worry about like jihad, don't worry about sharia, don't worry about khilafah. That comes with colonialism, but that's not the Islamic tradition. That's not the classical Islamic Orthodox tradition, even after the Sahaba, even after the Salaf. So is this how you're understanding it, or where do you disagree here with what I'm describing?
You've undercasted them. I actually give them a lot more credit than just being copywriters. They're not just copywriters. These people of the book in Muslim scholars, they've been pretty courageous. They've actually stood up to big tyrants. I'm not just talking about the Sahabas and the Tabi'is. I'm talking about regular Joes like Hassan al-Banna, regular people who are who came in the times in the medieval times. Muslim scholars were pretty. There's a lot more element of courage and practice of this attribute in Muslim side of the land than any other. But I don't want to just call them copywriters, because whenever this argument comes into play in front of me, I'm thinking, what do you think they were just copywriters? And that's not. But that was not just the job. And the Jews did the same job as well. We can see the Dead Sea Scrolls. Somebody was writing it. They still have the Torah, whatever they call the Torah. They still have it. They preserved it for 3,000 years. We have just about half the way. We have the printing press now. We have the disk drives now. We have the flash drives now. So preservation is not quite the achievement. I know it is. I'm just saying it should have been a lot more. The Sahabas, they went all over the world, And whatever was done by Umar al-Khattab, why did we not continue on that domination so that, I'll give you an example. The Prophet ﷺ said that on the day of judgment, Allah Azza wa Jal will be amazed and he'll smile with amazement when he's going to see angels reeling human beings through chains and throwing them into Jannah. The Sahaba asked, what is the chain? The Prophet says, this is the chain of the system that did not allow them to commit sin or any crime. Even though they were not ready, their nafs would have made them go into it, but the law did not let them. The system was binding them and they were saved. That is something which is the gift of Umar al-Khattab or all the Sahabas who actually went through the plan of the Prophet ﷺ, even though the Prophet ﷺ did not have that kind of land, that amount of land or geography or the population, which Umar al-Khattab ended up and putting all of them into the house of Islam. And if he had lived for 100 years, we know what would have happened. It does not take a rocket scientist to know what would have happened if Umar al-Khattab was to live 200 years or 100 years or 50 more years. So now we know that this is the tradition of the Sahaba. Now you tell me, I'm going to ask you a simple question. After Ali bin Abi Talib, who lived up to that momentum or that tradition of actually dominating Islam, making Islam dominate around the globe? Nobody else did. If anything, we started retracting. And I know what happened in Spain. I know a lot of things happened, good things happened, but that was not our core job. It was one of those things. If it were our core job, we would have taken back Spain or taken all over Europe, and Europe would have prospered like Spain was prospering at that time, and we had it. And a lot of things would have not been the way they are right now. So I'm saying the bigger job was the tradition of the Sahabas. Copywriting was not the tradition of the Sahabas. It is a very important job. I'm not trying to demean it, na'udhu billah. What I'm saying is, Quran is irrelevant of the human beings. Quran would have taken care of its own self. I'm talking about all the literature of the hadith and the shara and the tafsir. You're right about this. Why would I be so stingy? And I'm not biased against people. What I'm saying is, we got to call a spade here. We did not live up to the momentum of Umar al-Khattab. He gave it to us in the golden platter. We already had the momentum and we could have, but we know what happened with, the Umayyads. They went about celebrating their own selves, polishing their own egos. For hundreds of years, Muslims did not actually do whatever Sahabas were doing. So the tradition was stopped at the time of the Sahaba, Khulafai Rashidin. Now, my problem is that tradition, the bigger tradition of domination and liyuzhira wala dini kulli, what name come to your mind? Umar al-Khattab. When we say liyuzhira wala dini kulli, it was incumbent. The Quran was saying we have promised it, take it. So who's going to do it now? Isa ibn Maryam is going to come back and do it? Of course he's going to come back and do it. We would have done it. Umar was very close to doing it. It would have been he did half the job already of Isa ibn Maryam, alayhi salam. And then we stopped. And now we're actually saying, oh, you know what? We have pristine knowledge. Well, what am I going to do with the knowledge? You didn't practice it. You guys came up with a printing press, manual printing press. You hand wrote it. Were you not supposed to practice it? Or you just gave it to us? So you just know, you just don't act? That's one more reason why I should be going against them, because you knew all of it. Whatever I read was written by you guys, or rewritten obviously, and we're still down the bottom of the barrel in the world. In the Quran it says you're going to be on the top of the barrel. We're in the bottom of the barrel. You told me what's written in the Quran. You did the tafsir for thousands of years, hundreds of years, and nobody did that. And you're telling me since nobody did that, it is such a big corpus of literature now. Sahil Adeem, you cannot come up with something only you came up with. 1400 years of all the scholars did not come up with it. That's what they come up with. The arrogance of these people. They own up to the 1400 years of literature, even though they should only own up to 12. The first 200 years of whatever Sahabas were doing and the Tabi'is, none of that it was being done after the Tabi'is went. Everything which is going on right now in every country, from Pakistan to Palestine, to Jordan, to Arabia, to Syria, everything is the same. The whole people are doing the same rituals. The masjids are the same. The scholars are the same. The teachings are the same. The prayers are going on. The azan is going on. Everyone's fasting. Hajj, you think Hajj was done? 4 million people came to Hajj. 97 million people in 1 year came for Umrah. Did that ever happen before? Well, we're practicing it way better than all the Salaf combined. And then what? And then nothing, sir. And then Donald Trump. And then the bombing. And then the missiles. And then the greater Israel. And then the rapes and the murders. So I'm not going to fall for this prayer that, oh, they gave us the knowledge. Well, if they gave us the knowledge, then we're going to call them librarians. We're not going to call them scholars, okay? Because in the Quran, it is incumbent upon the scholar to be fearless. That's the eye of the Quran. It is incumbent upon the scholar. Allah in Surah Fatir, when Surah Fatir, Allah defines the word alim. What is the qualification of the alim in Surah Fatir? You tell me one scholar of Islam that lives up to that qualification. Of the scholars of biosphere, ecology, genome, that's Surah Fatir. Literally quoting Surah Fatir, these 3 elements. These are the people who are ulama, who fear Allah the most. You tell me, where is the 1400 or 1200 years of ulama who propagated these 3? And I'm not just talking about 3 out of many. 3 things which the Quran is distinctively defining the alim with. Biology, ecology, astronomy. Quran is defining it in Surah Fatir. You go and read the ayah. Tell me which one alim qualifies on that surah, on this ayah, on this definition of the Quran. Nobody can contest it. I didn't come up with it. I didn't do a ta'wil of the ayah. That's the literal translation of the ayah. Allah says these are the alim, the ulama. And not just that, they fear Allah the best way. So it is some of the knowledge that is pristine with us. All of the knowledge didn't even come to us. And just the knowledge, okay, I get it. You gave me the knowledge. Where's the skill? Where's the press? Where's the momentum? Where's the throne that Sahabas gave you? They gave you the throne. You gave us the dust. And you're telling me your knowledge is pristine? They gave you the most superior psychology, and you gave us slavery? And you're calling it okay to be slaves? And that's the knowledge, that's the fruit of your knowledge? I'm sorry. That's not knowledge. That's just written words. That's not knowledge.
How is this being attributed all to like ulama and the scholarly tradition? Like, yeah, I mean, if you go through the history of Islam, you have the Umayyads. You have the Umayyads, you have the Abbasids, you have the Ottoman Caliphate. There were many successes that these dynasties or these groups, they were dominant in the world, actually. Islam was the dominant force. They were the superpower. And where they failed, you can attribute the failure to a spiritual failure on the part of people or on the part of the leaders. But how can you say, for example, Imam Ghazali, for example, or Al-Juwayni you mentioned, or any of the ulama, Fakhruddin al-Razi, how can you attribute failure to them? Like, how can you say that they didn't do their role, or they weren't teaching? Like, these were the height of piety. They were awliya. So how can the failures that are experienced politically, how can that be attributed to the scholarship itself?
I'll tell you. It does not take a rocket scientist to understand what I'm about to say. So everyone who's going to listen to this should take it very seriously, because I'm going to make it as simple as I can tell you. Movements are run by people who die for the movements. So I would have liked to see a lot more dead ulama fighting in the cause of Islam than those old folks who survived the biggest tyrants and the biggest
times of Taghut and all of those tyranny. And these are the old 89, 95-year-old dudes who survived. How did they survive under the rules which are, the worst times of the Islam, and they kept on living? Sahaba's average age was 35. Our ulama's average age, 95. You do the math. Whenever the movement is done, the righteous do not survive. Whenever the fight is between good and evil, the righteous will die fighting so that the next generation can see precedence that courage is the only element of foundation that is going to resurrect this movement back into play. That is the name of, that is the example of Hussein al-Salam. Why am I quoting Hussein or Ahmad bin Hanbal getting tortured for months and months? Because if he had succumbed to the power of the Khalifa of his time, we would have been, all of us would have been totally different kind of Muslims. We all know that, what Hanbal did. We would have been totally different type of Muslims.
That's fine. For every Hussein, there's also a Hassan. For every Hussein, there's also a Hassan. Hassan that wasn't with his brother, correct? And we don't say that means that Hassan is a traitor or Hassan is less of a Muslim or less of a believer. No, there's no kind of, there's a difference, right? There's a role for both types. And I feel like you're being very dismissive. Like,
no,
even Ibn Hanbal, even if there's Ibn Hanbal, there are many scholars who weren't necessarily in that position. But yeah, Ibn Hanbal is considered better, or Imam Malik or Abu Hanifa is considered better. But that doesn't mean everyone else is trash. That doesn't mean everyone else we throw away.
No, I'm not calling anybody trash. What I'm saying is they became a part of the problem. They did not become part of the solution. I'd say this is the only time
Hassan was part of the problem.
No, I'm talking about no.
But the logic applies. The logic applies amongst the Sahaba. Some of the Sahaba, like in the fitan that were in the time of the Sahaba, there were Sahaba who they took a, like you could say, pacifist, or they didn't get involved. They didn't go and fight. They stayed on the sidelines, and we praise their wisdom to this day, or we recognize that is a valid choice that they made. There's more than one right thing to do, and there could be something that's better or something that's worse, but that doesn't mean that if you're not doing the best, that means you're bad.
It's ironic that we have a single podcast where we are, bismillah, speaking about khudi and this topic in the same podcast. I'll tell you. I'm going to quote a hadith from Bukhari when Jabir bin Abdullah is coming back from Syria, when Hussein bin Ali is going towards Kufa. Jabir bin Abdullah is from the same tribe as Salama, which is at that time worried for Hussein. And Jabir bin Abdullah comes and he says, why is nobody going with Hussein? That's the hadith from Bukhari. I'm quoting from Bukhari, okay? So since, of course, Salama is from the tribe of Jabir bin Abdullah, so he goes to her. And she says, you have a choice in front of you. Because if you go, and I'm talking to all the Muslims in Muslim lands, because we're all facing the same situation right now. And I'm saying this in the light of khudi right now. Okay? If you go right now, you have two choices in front of you. Every one of your tribesmen, these kids, look at these kids, look at these girls and boys, and, all of them, they will be killed. Because because that's how the tribal system works. You either choose your size, right? So if somebody chooses a flank, the whole tribe represents it. And of course, you're either with us or against us. It's that simple. That's the tribal system. Or, and she said, that's her words, or you can go with the truth. Or you can go with the truth, the haqq. Because Hussein is with the haqq, haqq is with the Hussein. Now, I'm quoting Bukhari right now. Okay? And I'm talking about how the psychology works. Remember, when we talk about khudi, I was talking about the deeper system, the fear, and how, there are different kinds of people in the world. So when you're quoting Hassan, I'm going to come to Hassan alayhi salam. I'll tell you. I'm going to quote him. I'm going to tell you what the difference between any other Sahabi of his time and these two boys. The boys of our own Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the sons of Ali bin Abi Talib. I'll tell you the difference. But right now I'm quoting Hussein and I quoted Hanbal because I know when I keep quoting Hussein and I keep saying alayhi salam, even though it says that in Bukhari as well, everyone's going to think, oh, this guy is a Rafdi, They have this weird tendencies, because we're primed we're primed out of Hussein. Al-Sunnah is primed out of Hussein. That's one more gift of the scholarship, by the way. Okay, you must admit that. Now, Jabir ibn Abdullah did not go, spoiler alert, when you're going to read the hadith, and Jabir bin Abdullah did not go. And we all know who Jabir bin Abdullah is. He's like the top guy. Okay? Jabir bin Abdullah did not go with Hussein. He did not chase, because he took that choice. You're right about that. They're different. And you're saying that you appreciate the wisdom and you recognize the wisdom of the Sahabas who gave bayah to Yazid. But that's what you're saying. I am telling you this right now. Once we know the hierarchy, we understand, and we're Muslims here. We must tell the truth at all times. I can see 3 doors instead of 2 right now. And I'm going to choose the door number 1. I'll tell you why. Because I'm going to say, because I've been saying it for the last 10 years, that it is our Muslim duty to call all those Sahabas that they made a wrong choice. They did not pick the haqq. That was a mistake. We have to call it a mistake for giving bayah to Yazid. Because if we don't call it a mistake, we're polluting and perverting Islam. Because Islam, you have to say what is black, and whatever is white is white. And Sahabas can be wrong. They're not prophets. And all the Sahabas come together, they do not become a prophet, alayhi salam, or sallallahu alayhi wasallam. So all of these Sahabas, they succumb to the fear. I do not know. I'm not saying, because I'm not there. I was not there. I do not know the reason. But whatever they did, when whoever gave bayah to Yazid committed a mistake. And to err is human. It's okay. Well, they're humans. I'm not trying to demean them. But if I do not call it a mistake, I'm demeaning Islam. Because now I'm trying to please all of those people who are not prophets and change the definition of Islam that this is also Islam. I'm sorry. Islam is what Hussein did. Otherwise, Hussein would have also done that. Islam is what Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did. Anything else would have also become Islam. Islam is not 2 different things. Islam is only one absolute truth. And I'll tell you why. And I'm going to quote from Ahmad bin Hanbal right now. When those 6 scholars in jail after the torture came to Ahmad bin Hanbal and says, we are going to sign because we cannot take this torture anymore. Bruised, bloody, battered, months of torture, they said we are going to sign it because they gave a fatwa. They were all muftis. They issued a fatwa that it is now that time that we're not going to survive. Death is upon us now. And to save this human life, they're all calling their own human life as very sanctified, which they were. That's human life. To save human life, we have to write down the fatwa. And we urge you to do the same because we're issuing the fatwa. Doing the ijtihad in jail. They did the ijtihad. It is on record. Read it. Everybody should. That you have to save these 7 lives in jail. To preserve these lives, you have to do the fatwa because lives matter more. And Ahmad bin Hanbal says that I am not going to dispute whatever you're saying for your own sakes. But there's a difference between you and me. You're right. I accept your ijtihad. You do. Go sign the document. Issue the fatwa. But this fatwa does not apply on me because my stature has become way bigger than yours. Regular Joe, his deen is riding upon my fatwa. Regular Joe's deen is not riding upon your fatwa. So I cannot do this taqiyya that you are about to do because you have a fatwa to save your life. You can. My life has to go. My life is written to go because if it comes down to this, then I am the guy who has to die. That's why I said I'd rather see more dead ulamas in the fight for Islam than all those live people who survive for hundreds of years writing down scripture so that I can read. I would have been a lot better Muslim for looking at standing on the graves of those shuhadas who fought in the name of Islam than those live people or those creatures who survived under the tyranny, sucking up to them, polishing the tyrant's ego so that they can survive and preserve and copyright the literature to me. Quran would have come to me. That's the job of Allah Azza to save the Quran, not the man. So we would have been fine. But We are not fine now because these people saved their lives. They chose wrong. They did not choose from right and wrong. They choose from their self-vested interests and Islam, and they chose themselves. That's why I'm saying Khudi is a problem of a totally different man. That's what Hussein al-Islam is. Now, let me, since this lecture, I know most people don't appreciate lectures, and I have this tendency of actually explaining a little too much. Hassan al-Islam was given a different problem to solve. He had options to choose from. So he chose from 4 or 5, and he chose 2 or 3. Hussein al-Islam was only given 2 options. And he, inside the pulpit, outside the Kaaba, he gave this sermon, read it everybody, it's on record, that either I am in danger or I am wrong. I know, you choose. Where am I? Because I'm consulting you, O Arabs, because you have forgotten Islam. But I'm invoking the treaty of Hilf al-Fadul in front of you, for you are losing your own dignity. That dignity was in your blood even before Islam, and I don't see it anywhere. So you tell me whether I'm in danger or I'm in the wrong. Everybody says you're in the danger. You're not wrong. And everybody went with the fatwa or ijtihad that to save a life is way better, or to preserve a life is incumbent upon us. I get it. But that's for the regular Joe, not for the mu'min, not for the guy who's going to be leading a movement into the future generations. And that's what happens. Every Muslim scholar right now is quoting precedents from Abu Yusuf. Why do you think they're doing it? Because he saved his life. He knew he was going to be slaughtered just like his teacher, Abu Hanifa. He saved his life and did what? He preserved the literature. He was a very good copywriter of the fatwas for the Sultan or against it. Doesn't really matter, does it? That's what the meaning of my statement was. I'd rather have seen a lot more dead ulama, and we would have been way better Muslims than those live ones.
I think there needs to be a balance. I think that if everyone takes the path of just self-sacrifice, then there is nothing going to be left. There's nothing going to be left, and it has to be balanced because you even amongst the Anbiya, like even amongst the prophets, you have Yusuf alayhi salam, the prophet Yusuf, who he was, according to the tafsir, he was working with a system that was not Muslim, that was not a Muslim system, and he was the believer within that system, and he was administering that. Whereas if as a part of it, and if he had just had a kind of revolutionary attitude, he wouldn't be able to, like, the result would have been much worse. The result could have been disastrous. But he worked within that system to his capacity as a believer. And, from the Quranic perspective, there is a room for that. There is a spectrum, as you say, and it is a potentially correct choice to make. I don't think that it's fair to say that the ulama, or it's like a copywriting is something that is simple to do. Like, the whole point of that I'm making, that they're preserving Islam, is that they're facing a great amount of pressure, political pressure, constantly to change, to distort the actual ahkam. Like, ahkam are something that's deeper than just the fatwa. Fatwa is for a particular time and place and condition, particular circumstances. The hukm, that is what many rulers, and today they have, up until today, are trying to change the ahkam, the rulings of Islam. And that's what the ulama are able to preserve. And that's not something that's just copywriting. That's something that is very difficult in the face of this pressure. And beyond just Ahmad ibn Hanbal, many ulama were tortured and they were put in prison. They did lose their lives. They were killed en masse. They were killed en masse for failing to submit. That is like an ongoing thing within Islamic history. It didn't end with Ahmad ibn Hanbal. So I think that it's like, I understand your critique. I understand the frustration that you're expressing and how you're tying it to the concept of Khudi, but it might be just too much. It's just too much. It's too sweeping of a critique. Like, now it's getting into the Sahaba. Even the Sahaba could be interpreted like you're making these kinds of critical remarks. And it's like, it's too much. It's too far. I think you can be more effective. Like, my humble suggestion, my humble critique, of what you've just expressed is that you can still get to the core of the issue. You can still address the core problem, which is complacency, which is cowardice, fear of other than Allah, you fearing people, fear of losing your status, fear of losing your wealth. These things can be critiqued. They can be solved without necessarily throwing out all of this, the ulama, and criticizing some of the Sahaba. And yeah, I agree. Like the Sahaba are not ma'soom. They're not sinless, or they're not at that level of isma of the prophets, of the Anbiya. But like, I think it's too sweeping of a critique that you're making. And I think you would be able to maybe, like, without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, you can be more effective in calling some of these religious elements to your overarching message.
Two things. First of all, when the Quran uses the word kitab, it spins the whole discussion into a totally different standard. And the kitab was given to Musa alayhi salam. You need to understand what the case of the Quran is. So when we talk about movements, we talk about missions, we talk about jobs and projects of, implementing the Quran and using the law. The word law is a totally different psychology. Yusuf alayhi salam is pre-kitab era. We cannot use Yusuf alayhi salam and serve our little bubble where we are actually living under the time of some kitab. We're living under the time of the kitab right now. After Musa alayhi salam, no prophet of Bani Israel. Prophet says that every prophet of Bani Israel was in politics. And every time any one of the prophets died or was killed, the next in line would have taken up the office and started the political movement right there. So you should not stop it. This is the direct hadith of the Prophet ﷺ after the era of the kitab. The era of kitab started with Musa alayhi salam. So Yusuf alayhi salam was not doing anything wrong. After Musa alayhi salam, no prophet could have lived under any other law. If there was any other law, he would have had to start working the movement to get the law in his own hand, or the Muslim hands. So Yusuf alayhi salam was not bound by that duty. So we cannot use him as precedence. Number two.
No, but there are many, before we get to number two, there are many Anbiya who they did not have an army, they did not call to arms, they did not grab a sword after Musa.
Kitab,
so Isa did not grab a sword. Isa wasn't calling for jihad.
He did?
He was at 33. When Allah lifted him, he was 33 years old. So he's after his youth, he's after that period. He's been a prophet from the birth. He was speaking from the cradle, Isa alayhi salam. So he was a prophet. He didn't get nubuwah after 40 years like the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So he has nubuwah, the whole, and risala from the cradle, from birth. He wasn't calling for jihad. He wasn't grabbing the sword. That wasn't his role. And many other Anbiya, they came after Musa alayhi salam, that they weren't fighting or trying to take power.
Well, Musa alayhi salam had taken over the whole system and implemented the whole system. No other prophet would be doing it because the system already in place. If somebody is taking over the system, we see the war of Maccabees within the time. We see the first temple, pre-first temple. We see the second temple, pre-second temple, and post-second temple fights within the Judaic period. Isa ibn Maryam says, I came here to follow the law, letter by letter, dot by dot. So he did not change the law. The law was to fight, eye for an eye, from the Torah. We cannot say as Muslims that Isa ibn Maryam did not do jihad. Of course he did jihad. And I'm telling you because it is literally the teaching of Isa ibn Maryam that to follow the Torah letter by letter. So jihad is prescribed by Isa ibn Maryam. Allah does not change his prescription anyway. After the kitab is here, the law is not going to change. Even the Quran sends the Jews back to the Torah. Why are you fighting about? What did we say which is already not in your Torah already? Did we come up with something new? So an eye for an eye was from your book. When Sa'd bin Mu'az was told by Banu Qurayza that, you know what, Saad, please let Saad decide us. Saad said, okay, I'm not going to follow the Quran because you don't believe in it for your prescription of the judgment. I'm going to follow your book. And I'm going to tell you the punishment from your book is to kill every man post-puberty, every man dead, every woman and child enslaved. From their own book, which Isa ibn Maryam is following, by the way. So the law is given to Musa. Isa ibn Maryam did not get the Kitab. He got the Injil. Kitab is the law. The law is from Musa alayhi salam. So it's a technical word. People are going to listen to it. They might just take it out of bounds, think Isa ibn Maryam did get the Kitab. No, that's the Kitab. The word Kitab is the law. So he did not get the new law. He got to follow the law of Musa alayhi salam, which he, of course, himself states. Then Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam got the law himself. There's a lot more than Torah in the Quran. So much so, that's all, the Kitab. The Quran is, surpassing every other book written by Allah Azza wa Jal because it has everything in it. The whole Kitab is right here. What I'm saying is, once you know that the law is to be implemented, Hakam is to be implemented. The Quran says, if you do not apply this Hakam as is, the way we told Musa and Isa, by the way, in the same ayah of the Quran, we told Musa and Isa, in fact, it starts with Ibrahim, and then Musa, and then Isa, if you don't apply this Hakam, we are going to put you in the Fasikun or the Zalimun. And if you do that, we're going to, give Fawqihim or and Tahtihim. Every Rahmah is going to come to you. If you apply the what? The law, the Hakam. So you need to understand what my case is. Ulama are the people with the book. I'm talking about the Quran. The solution, they're the doctors. If it was not implemented, you cannot blame the patients because patients are not representing the manual, the medicine. Doctors are supposed to be blamed if there is no concept of the medicine. These rulers don't come from Mars or Venus. They're raised into Muslim households, being defined that power is not part of Islam. Every country, in every nation of Islam, Muslim lands, these leaders come from Muslim households. They don't convert into Islam later on. These secular mindset people are certified by the current definition of Islam that, you know what, masjid is for the, Quran is for the masjid and power is for the army or the parliaments. This is as secular as it gets in the definition of the current definition of Islam given by the current scholars. I hope that's not preserved, and I'm pretty sure it is preserved. Because whenever I quote it, they keep calling me Akhwan, that you're from Sayyid Qutb or Maududi, or you're an Akhwan al-Muslimin guy. I'm like, are you kidding me? I am quoting Umar ibn Khattab here. I'm quoting Hussein bin Ali here. Where did I quote Hassan al-Banna or Sayyid Qutb? Did I quote Fi Zulal al-Quran or Tafhim al-Quran to you? No, I didn't. I'm quoting Hadith. I'm quoting the Quran. Why don't you refute it with the ayah? Why don't you refute it from the time of the Prophet or any time of the Khulafa? But no, you cannot. You keep coming up with, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about everybody who's coming up with all the precedents from the times when we were under the tyrants. Well, obviously they're going to be saying whatever they're saying because they were pressured into whatever they were supposed to say. We don't even have half of the hadith because that corpus of hadith was not preserved by these ulama or copywriters under the pressure, and they had to burn them down. We have come up with such literature of hadith which is still mawdu, and a lot more times da'if, because those tyrants were pressing them into writing those hadiths. We need to look at the whole picture. I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. No, I'm saying the baby is somewhere else. This is not a baby that they're carrying in their bathwater. This is supposed to be thrown out. It is our job, to call Islam a spade. Because if we're going to keep praising them so that we don't want to discredit, I don't care whether they got credit or not. If they're true scholars of Islam, they don't even want credit from people like anyone, especially me. But if they're hungry for credit, they're not even true scholars. So why are we worried about giving them credit? We need to be
I mean, these are
very
people who have
critical.
passed. There are people who have passed. Like, these are people from hundreds of years ago. These are all these scholars that you're saying that they
I know.
are
I'm
not living.
I'm
They're not living up to Islam. Like, that's a pretty strong charge to make. Like, if you even look at you, that's not even a maybe. That's not even a kind of criticism that you'd give against me. Because look, I'm living. We're all living under a system of laws and a system of power. We would say that these are tyrants who are controlling over the Muslims. Everywhere you look at all of the Muslim countries, non-Muslim countries, the Muslims are under the boot. And then, we would have to say that, yeah, there are problems, there's weakness. But what about the people who are preaching the correct message? Maybe they're even preaching your message. They're saying khudi, and they're saying we need to change our condition. But they're not able to. They're not able to, or they just haven't been given the tawfiq, or for whatever reason, maybe the tyrants are just too strong, because we know in the grand course of history that there's going to be a lot of oppression against Muslims. These are coming from hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. And there are going to be forces of kufr that are going to overtake the believers through no fault of their own. And even in the Quran, we read like the people of Ukhdud, like the people who were burned for believing in Islam. They were burned. There's no criticism of them that why did you lose? Like, why did you lose? Why did you get annihilated? Why did you get destroyed? That's not the Quranic message. The Quranic message is sometimes the believers are killed. Sometimes the believers are wiped out even and destroyed. And there's nothing, that's just the way of the world. That's just the nature of dunya that Allah has created, that sometimes iman wins and then sometimes kufr wins. And sometimes the tyrant wins. Sometimes the bad guy wins, because in the akhirah, that's when everything will be corrected and all the balances will be laid and all the judgment will be made is in the akhirah. But in this life, in this dunya, you're going to have the evil is going to overtake the good at sometimes. So then how can you then judging in retrospect say that, well, it's because they weren't following Islam. Like, they weren't actually following Islam. They were complacent, or they had fear, or they made a deal, they sold out. That seems like a hasty judgment to make. That's not really evidenced by the facts. And even today, like, even if you look at Muslims today that are under the boots of tyrants, they're preaching the correct Islam. Like, they're preaching they're preaching everything correctly. They're not like the sellouts that you criticize. They're not like the sellouts, the ones that are attending Donald Trump breakfast or whatever. But they are, they just don't have the ability to overcome those circumstances, those obstacles, that tyranny. So don't you think that your criticism is a little bit too harsh? Like, it's a little bit too sweeping of a criticism?
No, it's not. I'll tell you why. And I'm not trying to argue because I want to win an argument. No, I'll tell you, because we're using the word Islam. Anything else, you and I, talking about anything else, any other category of any other subject. But we're talking about the definition of Islam right now and the role of a Muslim right now. So we cannot leave anything gray here. You just mentioned the Ashab Ukhdud, where everybody had to die, jump in the fire. They had to die. What happened? Zalikal fawzul azim. Zalikal fawzul kabir. This is as big as it gets. Allah certifies those people. Little infant babies by their own mothers jumped with their babies, throwing their babies with themselves, into the fire. What happened? What happened to that king? That king's movement died because of these people jumping into the fire. That's the moral of the story. Now, that's the lesson in psychology, group psychology, how human beings do not follow the tyrants. The movement dies down, the tyranny diminishes by every passing event, because people would rather give their lives than to follow you. You need to understand, that's the very Surah Buruj is the very surah I keep quoting as precedents of psychology, how Muslim mindset is supposed to be shaped. So I'm not saying that they're not.
Where is the ayah? The surah doesn't say that the success was because later the tyrant fell. Where does the surah mention the future of that tyrant force?
Surah
It says that
gives the certificate to the people of Hudud, right? That this is the biggest victory. They showed the victory of Akhirah, right?
Yeah, the Akhirah, yeah. But the dunya was they died. In the dunya, they died. They were eliminated.
Yeah.
They're completely destroyed.
And with that death came the last leg of the tyranny of the king. The guy stood up and says, I'm going to give you a technique to kill me. Why don't you say La ilaha illallah? And then you shoot the arrow. And everybody saw that. You know what I'm saying? He got himself killed. And the king had to shoot him with the arrow, saying Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah. And then this man actually died. He gave him his life. And everybody saw that the king's religion is not the true religion. That's the story of the Quran. I'm not coming up with this. This is not a folklore of Arabia. I'm talking about what the hadith says of how human psychology, group psychology works. Now, I'm just saying that people who are not sellouts or telling the truth, I'm not denying that they exist. They've been existing ever since Adam alayhi salam came to planet Earth. What I'm saying is, Daniel Haqiqatjou says something or Sahil Adeem says something, that does not change the definition of Islam or constitute it at any level. You need to understand the power of an alim or a mufti, a scholar. That's why Allah Azza wa Jal defines the word alim in the Quran. A scholar in the Quran, this guy can affect the definition of Islam. So I'm just saying that somehow we are made to believe that surviving through generations and generation is an element of success, because that's the only other alternative of what I'm saying, of what Islam, in my definition, Islam is also saying. Because I'd rather have people dying for the truth than surviving for the opposite. And that's common sense, by the way. And Allah Azza wa Jal says that about Ashab al-Ukhdud in this very surah, that they choose death over survival. And they are the victors, not the king. It's not my words. So what I'm saying is, if these tyrants, and we know every little country, big countries run through public opinion only. Why do you think Israel did not start with the nukes? Why do you think nuclear weapon is not even an option anymore, even though all of these countries are nuclear countries? Because the public opinion changes. People become Ashab al-Ukhdud if you nuke them. And they're going to die in their own countries. I'm talking about the Americans or the Israelis or the French or the Chinese or the Pakistani. If we nuke somebody, they become Ashab al-Ukhdud. The public opinion changes and our tyranny dies down. It is that simple. It's right in front of us. Why do you think people don't nuke? Why do you think America has not nuked Iran by now? Why was not that the first bomb on Tehran? Same principle, same group, same human being, same group design, same psychology. That's exactly what my case is. And I'm not saying they're not going to nuke. What I'm saying is, if they do, we all know what's going to happen. Hell, the whole era of modernism changed. Human beings, billions of human beings, over 1 year, changed the way they define things from modernism to postmodernism, because Japan was nuked. Everything died. Every idol was, dismantled by the regular atheist, by the regular communist, by the regular socialist, by the regular Christian, regular Muslim. Of how can you do that? So this is exactly what the Quran is telling us. We're just not looking into it. And we're just looking at all those survivors who tell us the tales of what is right and wrong in the last 1,200 years. That's why I said I'd rather have a lot more dead scholars than all of these surviving folks. These survivors who told us the tales of their own survival with pride. Shame on them who actually have pride of surviving under the tyranny. I mean, imagine any Sahabi or generals inside the army of Umar Khattab. Imagine any Muslim that if you go to the army, you're going to live for at least 80 years. That's the precedent of going to the armies right now. If you become a scholar, you're going to live for 80, 90 years. That's exactly what we see, right? Bearded scholars all over the place. I'm not saying that, all of them are evil. Please make sure you know that. What I'm saying is, we cannot take a chance on the definition of Islam. Either it's the definition of the Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam's Islam, or it's somebody else's, because there has to be some discrepancy, because both of them don't make the same sense in the same problem, in the same situation we're in right now. And that's what my case is, that Sahabis used to look for the opportunity to become Ashab-e Ukhdud. And all of these current defined Muslims are looking for surviving. That's exactly why Hussein becomes Hussein. That's why I said, look at the symmetry of the problem. The symmetry of the solution has to be exactly on the symmetry of the problem. Otherwise, you're not going to solve the problem. And defining Islam is the biggest problem, a 360-degree problem. We need to define Islam right. Otherwise, if we leave anything which is against the symmetry of the problem, all hell, practically, all puns intended, all hell will break loose here and in the hereafter. And that's my job. That's your job. That I'm not a scholar, buddy. I'm just here calling it what it is. You read your own book, see whether I make sense or not. If you don't define it the way Prophet is defining it, then it does not matter whether you're a scholar or you're ignorant jahil. You're still going to burn in hell because you changed the definition of Islam. That's exactly what angels are going to say about Muslims to our Prophet on Kawthar, when he is going to be trying to give us the water, and the angel is going to stop our Prophet. He's going to grab his hand and say, "Oh Rasulullah, you do not know what he did after you went away. He changed the definition of Islam. He added things into it." What do you think that means? That means survival. That means self-service. That means, coming up with some things which the Sahabas didn't even think about. That's my case.
So then what is the I don't want to go too much on this topic, but I still think it's worth it, because I think this is the main criticism that people will have of what you have to say, and I think it's interesting to get your perspective. But so if self-preservation is really a problem, again, I understand where you're coming from. I understand the sentiment, but let's say that, self-preservation is a problem. So some could say, maybe incorrectly, that, well, you're advocating a kind of suicidality. You're advocating a kind of we have these radical elements and they exist in different parts of the world. We know some of them are like an intelligence operation, where they say that they're Muslim and they claim that, look, we are doing what the Sahaba are doing. We're picking up the swords, we're picking up the AKs, and we're going into the fray, we're going into the battle. And they just do it in a kind of idiotic way. They might commit terrorism, or they might commit... this is their idea of jihad. This is their idea of really sacrificing. And they say to everyone else who does not join them, who does not join their group, who does not actually go and commit these acts, they say, well, these are the sellouts. You've sold out. You want self-preservation. You're not willing to make the sacrifices that we, the true mujahideen, that we are doing. And we are the ones who are following the path of Hussein. We're the ones who are following the path of the Sahaba. But you want self-preservation, and that's why you abstain. What would you say to those people? Because they're criticizing you as well. They say that you're not actually on the front lines, quote unquote, front lines like we are. What would be your correction to that? How would you rebut their claims against you?
Two things. One, I was on the front lines in different places. I know how it feels like. I'm not just saying it because I want to say it. Number two, you have to do four things. Allah Azza wa Jal, I told you in the beginning of this podcast, that it is incumbent upon you to get all the power first. You need to understand. For the sake of what? For the sake of this very jihad. For the sake of very, challenge to the big powers. You need to challenge power with power. That is the commandment of Allah Azza wa Jal. You need to understand. So you need to do four things. We need to have this definition, correct definition of Islam. That's one. That's called the moral capital inside the Muslims. That we know what we gotta do. And then we got to have the IQ to come up with the mental acumen, to come up with the right hikmah, the right strategy at whatever the time to do whatever it is to be done. There is to be done. Number 3, the financial capital. And number 4, the political capital. These 4 things have to come together so that we can do it as an ummah. Otherwise, we're just a little militia who might be on the right path, but it's not going to be effective. Now,
you're mentioning these things like these factors, but you forgot like one of the most important factors. Like, what about the normative teachings of Islam? Like, who's going to, other than the finance and the capital and the operational? Yeah, so who's going to preserve that? Who's going to preserve that? Who's going to teach that?
Those copywriters are going to come into play here, right? But that's all they did. Well, listen.
So then why are you calling them copywriters? You're calling them copywriters, but then you're saying finance and operational, organization and all these other factors. So why are they the copywriters? Like they're...
Oh, no. Are you telling me Muslim scholarship is going to train me into how to get financial capability as a ummah? They're not. Okay, that's why
that is true. Like that, they will have that ability. Yeah, because if we... How not? Because if you have the belief, which I know you have, that Islam is the guidance for every aspect of life. So Islam, and the seerah, who knows the seerah best? Those who have actually studied the seerah in depth, those who studied the Arabic language in depth, who can tell us what the seerah is, to tell us what the Sahaba did. What is the Sahaba method of finance? What is the Sahaba method of war? What is the Sahaba method of gaining power and influencing power and spreading power? Like that's coming from Islam.
They already know all of this?
Yeah, I mean they have the knowledge that they're not necessarily applying it. They're not applying it given the lack of institutions, the lack of finance, the lack of other factors that have to come together, as you described. But that's a central component that is so critical. Is the scholarship? Is the ilm?
Absolutely.
You are.
No.
You are. You're calling it copywriting. You're saying this is copywriting. You think they know, they don't know. So that's the problem I'm talking about.
I'm saying they're not practicing whatever they're writing. That's what I'm saying. And listen, I'm saying between the 1200 years, they've actually changed the reason of why knowledge of this kind exists, right? The definition of Islam. So I can't even do this for Islam anymore. If I say, you know what, we have to come in political power. Tell me one fatwa. For the last 100 years, any scholar gave that you have to come into political power. That's a fatwa. Because it's not part of the plan that they have in their pristine, protected literature. Why didn't that make it? Tell me why didn't that not make it?
There are. That is a part. That is part.
How to come into financial power as Muslim Ummah? Where is the methodology? Who applied this? Does that come from the masjid or does that come from the university?
No, there are many scholars. There are many scholars, past and present, even in our contemporary time, who are calling to political power. That Muslims should come into political power.
Many.
Like look at the last mufti.
I agree that there are, but they're not many. The many is a different psychological construct. A handful. Many are the people who are saying, no, that's not part of Islam. Tazkiyah is the only thing. Moral correctness is the only thing. You need to understand the difference in psychological, placement of all these words and the way, things or life start to shape into whatever they're shaping right now. I'm not doubting that they're real scholars in the planet. Do not get me wrong. I'm not saying whenever you're a scholar, you're evil. I'm not saying that. There are real scholars.
Then why are you characterizing this vast period between Sahaba and Tabi'in to the present period, that like 1,000 years, basically, over 1,000 years, you're characterizing that as copywriters who are concerned with self-preservation. That's what you said.
Once you're going to see this video, you're going to see that at that point, when I was about to see, I said I had 3 doors. I have to choose, and I know the cost. You remember those words? Because unless we call all of it wrong, we're not going to see through the definition, which I know that my case is that either this is right or the Sahabas were right. Both cannot be right at the same time because totally 2 different outcomes are coming from these models. 2 models. Now, I have to call all of this wrong with the price. I know that the best of the best scholars are also, which I love. Right? I know what Salman al-Auda is going through. I know what Salman al-Alwan is going through. In Arabia, I know what Abdul Aziz Tarifi is going through. You think they're not scholars? They're awesome scholars. They're the people I'll die for. But I know when I'm calling it as a category of, and I'm using the word as strong as definition of Islam, then I gotta throw the baby with the bathwater, because the baby is the definition. The bathwater is the momentum of all of those people who gave into this definition and made us believe that this is the real definition. So what I'm saying is, this is the price. I know. And you think I'm not ridiculed because of this? I know. And you think logical arguments like the one that you just gave do not have weight? Of course I know. I can see the weight in your argument. Then why are you discrediting the right ones? Well, we're talking about a category here. We have to be abstract. We have to use a way bigger brush and a broader stroke, so that the child who's born right now would know that both of them, I know, cannot be correct. Either Hussein is correct, Sahaba is, Umar al-Khattab is correct, and Hanbal is correct, and or Abu Hanifa and Abu Yusuf cannot be correct at the same time. We cannot confuse the kids down there coming up. So they need to understand, if you want to live up to the standards of the Quran, you gotta be Abu Hanifa, not Abu Yusuf. I'm sorry, we gotta call Abu Yusuf practically committing a crime there. So he's a criminal there. We have to say that as Muslims. Otherwise, Abu Hanifa becomes a criminal. Or no, not a criminal. A confused person who couldn't even tell from right or wrong, and he made the worst choice ever of giving his own life away. That's a suicide agent. Hence a criminal, by the way. So both cannot be right at the same time. And I'm purposely using these two words so that, deepest sentiments won't be triggered. Deeper, I need to trigger. Otherwise, I can actually quote some Sahabas here as well. And you're right about this. I do have a critique for the Sahabas in the time of Yazid. In the time of Yazid, the problem was totally different. In the time of Osman bin Affan, problems were all over the place, but different problems. Sahabas could have done either this or that. The times of Ali bin Abi Talib, problems were different. Sahabas could have chosen from here and there. You know what I'm saying? Ali bin Abi Talib was asked, are people who are following you on the right path? Or Muawiyah, he says, people who are following Allah's book are on the right path, either with him or with me. People who are following me for the sake of me, or him for the sake of him, both are wrong. You need to understand, Ali bin Abi Talib gave us the stencil at the time that, why are you looking at men? Look at the problem and look at the solution. And that's why I started with the Sahabas in the time of Yazid bin Muawiyah. And then I'm talking about the current scholars. So don't get me wrong. Do not undersell, or what's the word, undercast me, but 1200 years. I'm talking about 1350, 1370 to be exact. 1370 out of the Prophet ﷺ, after the Prophet ﷺ, because right after the 30th year of Ali bin Abi Talib or Hassan bin Ali, these problems started. Now, I don't want to keep talking about this for hours and hours. I think when it comes down to defining things, for example, if we're talking about Tawheed, we need to undercast Risala. If we do not undercast Risala, we are not going to be servicing the concept of definition of Tawheed. That's the job of a Muslim, to undercast all the prophets. Because we're talking about Allah Azza wa Jalla at that time. Just like that, when we're talking about true Islam, no human being is going to be overcasted just because, we love him, or he did so much service. I know. All of that service is accounted for, don't worry. But we're talking about definitions here, not achievements.
Okay, so the question that I was asking you on this, for this portion, is just on the analytic tafsir. So I was saying there's an example of this woman on X, on social media, and she was saying that, look, when we look at the etymology of hur, like hur al-ain in the Quran, the hur, like the maidens of paradise that are promised to the believers, like the root of it, or there's some Arabic root of hur that goes back to wisdom. And, if we are very analytical about this, we can understand that the hur actually are going to be, like philosophers. And, the pleasure of paradise is to listen to the hur discuss philosophy with you and their wisdom. And they're equal partners. Don't call them possessions. Don't call them anything but equal partners, like wise women that we all get to listen to in Jannah. I said, like, this sounds like hell. Actually, it doesn't sound like Jannah. But this is like a kind of analytic tafsir. Like, this is a kind of, she's using her intellect to analyze according to her interpretation. So you can see the danger of, if people are doing this and you democratize tafsir and all of the religious sciences, that can lead to massive, it will lead to massive deviations over time. And if you combine that with the concept of khudi as well, it has the potential to create a lot of problems. Like, what would you say to that kind of perspective?
I'd say bring it on, because I think a lot more people are inevitably, human beings are going to grow into a lot more angles of looking at the same things, regardless of whether it has any precedence or not. As long as they're using Arabic as their premise, or they use a meaning from the same author, it's okay. I'd rather have these kind of discussions, but that's not the reason why we put analytical tafsir in our Islamic foundation course. We put that in the retrospect of the case that we've already spoken about, in the politics of it. And it's a fact that Muslims are not looking into those core realms which are so necessary. So we are practically driving them into thinking about why certain jobs are important, as job roles, as coming into politics, into power, and making sure that you are the maintainers of power once you get that as well. And this is not at all a problem that I see as a problem which you just mentioned, because if someone tries to define who and is using premise as the linguistics and keeps coming up with meanings, it's okay, because I'd rather have that than to blindly listen or submit to the meanings of the Arabic words by classical scholarship and think that that is the word of God. That's not the word of God. That's the word of scholars. The word of God is the Arabic. So that's a bigger price. For example, I'll give you an example. Surah Jum'ah starts with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Yusabbihu lillahi ma fi samawati wa ma fil ard, al-Malik, al-Quddus, al-Aziz, al-Hakim. Now, you need to see these 4 words are chosen carefully, and we all believe as Muslims that Allah Azza wa Jalla does not casually put a word in the Quran. This is done by design. It has a certain placement, and the placement itself carries the weight of the meaning of the word. Now, right after this ayah, Allah Azza wa Jalla says, I'm going to send you a prophet from among you, Ummiyeen. I'm going to, put a Rasul from within you, who's going to do 4 things. Remember, the first ayah has those 4 attributes of Allah Azza wa Jalla. And he's going to do 4 things. What are those 4 things? He's going to do Yatlu alayhim ayat. He's going to do Yuzakkihim. He's going to do Yu'allimuhum al-Kitab. And he's going to do Hikmah. Remember those 4 attributes of Allah Azza wa Jalla in the first ayah? Al-Malik, Al-Quddus, Al-Aziz, Al-Hakim. Now, 3 out of those 4 attributes tally word to word by the meanings of the etymology. Your case is that it is already locked in. You cannot move or sway from whatever they wrote as experts of Arabic. I'm not denying that they are experts of Arabic. They were. What I'm saying is, then why does these kind of sensical fractures come into play when we know that the root word of Arabic, of the word tilawa, is to follow and not just to read? So when you read the Quran, and I'm telling all the audience who's going to see this podcast to open the Quran, any Quran that you want to, go Google it up or take it from your own home and open Surah Jum'ah, and you see the translation of that ayah. Every one of those ayah, every one of those translations is going to say this prophet is going to do Yatlu alayhim ayah, means he's going to do tilawa of the ayah of the Quran. He's going to be reading from the Quran, and he's going to be cleansing you. And then he's going to be Yu'allimul Kitab, teaching you the Quran. You read your own Qurans. I didn't write the translations, you did. Now, once you see the 4 attributes of Allah, you see the real meaning of why Allah chose those very 4 words. unless you analyze this, analyze from an analytical angle, you see the Quran, you're not going to be able to see why you need to start the challenge of the translation as well as the tafsir. Because hikmah on top is hakim. يُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَابَ unless you use the meaning of the kitab the Quran uses over and over. Kitab is the law. Unless you use the meaning of the word the law, يُعَلِّمُهُمُ الْكِتَاب is the law giver to make you understand what the law is, why the law is. You cannot understand why Allah used the word Aziz up there. Unless you understand the word Quddus, you cannot understand the word Yuzakihim in the second ayah. And unless you understand the meaning of the word Al-Malik, which we all understand, you cannot know why Allah can use the word, his attribute Al-Malik, and then Yatlu alayhim ayat.
Unless we know that the word ayah has different meanings. Here, Allah is talking about the other meaning of ayah, which means the signs and the codes. Because the word Al-Malik up there is telling us the attribute of how to actually define or translate the ayah, or to define the meaning of the word Yatlu alayhim ayat. Now, the fact that it is not there is not a coincidence. People are just copy pasting from their own, predecessors. And that's against the very essence of the Quran, that whatever you heard, you just started following. That's a human being you heard. You didn't hear the Prophet ﷺ translating it like this. You heard your own people translating it like this. And Quran is giving you the stencil of how to actually look at it, because those 4 attributes have 4 job roles under there. The attribute has to match the job role. And decoding the symbols and signs of the universe and translating it into your knowledge set is the job role, because that's Al-Malik written up there. Now, this is a way bigger problem if we have a wrong translation. Somebody translating it wrong now does not make her or him a scholar, but translating wrong translation by scholar changes the meaning of the role of the Quran altogether. So you tell me which is the bigger price that Muslims can pay, which is a bigger risk. So if you see the 2 ayahs I'm talking about, I'm just giving you an example. So you can understand that the bigger problem lies with us not critically evaluating, analytically looking at every ayah of the Quran, because we do not live in the time of the Prophet ﷺ. We cannot go to him and ask him the actual meaning. Quran is itself helping us, and we're purposely not taking the help of the Quran, except we are blindsided by the fact that it is too risky and we're not supposed to do tahqiq in the Quran. And you can ask any scholar, they're going to tell you, no more tahqiq in the Quran. Scholars have done that. Are you kidding me? The Quran keeps on telling us to do tahqiq. So these ayahs are not, na'udhu billah, mansukh. These ayahs are going to live till the day of judgment, that you're going to keep on doing tahqiq in the Quran. So unless you do keep those doors of tahqiq open, Muslims are not going to grow into the real meaning. Now, I'm going to give you another example. That example is from the last sermon of the Prophet ﷺ. If you read that hadith of the last sermon of the Prophet ﷺ, which is mutawatir, there is no dispute about this. The last words of that hadith are very critical. The Prophet ﷺ says, go and spread this message to every part of the world now. And when you're going to give them the message, and their generations the message, the listener will understand my message better than you, the speaker, who's going to be giving them the message. What do you think that meant? It's a very simple verbiage. It's a simple statement that people of knowledge who are going to be growing into their knowledge, or whatever knowledge that they have, they're going to have some acumen developed. They will have some answers, which the Quran keeps on referring to those people. Like in Surah Kahf, Allah says, some of these people know how many Ashab-e-Kahf were there. Allah is not talking about Muslims. Allah is talking about people who have some knowledge before even the Quran came in. So when the Prophet says the listener who is going to listen to my message through your words, through your mouths,
He is going to understand it better than you who's going to be talking or giving them the message. How is a regular man who's not even a Muslim, who's about to receive the message of the Quran from the Muslim, how is he going to understand it better? And he's going to understand the word of Prophet ﷺ and the Quran better than the Muslim who's giving them the message. That's a question to be asked. That's a challenge to every single custodianship that ever lived. You need to understand, this is a big, big, big problem. And unless somebody can answer me this question, analytical tafsir is the only solution. Through mathematics, physics, biology, astronomy, political science, all of these knowledge sets are going to actually come up with different doors that are going to open in the human minds, that they're going to progress, which they are, because human beings have been progressing other than Muslim lands as well. So when Allah says, look into the heavens and see whatever I have put as signs for you, Muslims are not going to heavens, these heavens, non-Muslims are. And I'd rather them go there and talk to each other in their space shuttles and in their space stations that this is exactly what the Muslims were talking about. We just didn't listen to them. But we are not even in those realms of knowledge. That's what the Prophet was saying, that the listener of this message, my message, the Quran, is going to understand it better than the Muslim giving him the message. Because his knowledge set will have that acumen and critical thinking and analysis, that analytical skill to put all of these two, both of these two parallels together and see the light of the truth right there. He will not have any biasness towards it.
There's a difference between understanding the truth and claiming to teach, to teach and to preach and say that this is what the Quran means according to one's opinion. And so there's a hadith, a couple of these are collected in Sahih Tirmidhi or Jamia Tirmidhi. Whoever speaks about the Quran according to his opinion and happens to be correct has still erred. Whoever speaks about the Quran according to his own opinion, let him take his seat in the fire. So this is like the danger, because other communities, like the Christians and the Jews, they were speaking about their own opinion. They're adding, they're subtracting from the Quran or from the revelation that they got from the Torah and the Injil. And obviously this is what leads to distortion, because if you change one letter after one generation, the next generation will change 2 letters, the next generation will change 3 letters, and then after 100 years, 200 years, 300 years, you have a completely different book. So this is the danger. This is what other communities, they went astray on the basis of this. However, Allah also said in the Quran to do tadabbur, to do tafakkur, to reflect on the ayat, to use your reason, to use your aql. So how did scholars reconcile this traditionally is that, yes, you do tafakkur, you do tadabbur, you do think analytically and understand the message of the Quran. That's for your own benefit, but you don't go out and then claim that this is what the Quran means. This is what the word of Allah means. This is the correct interpretation. Because then you're speaking from your own opinion, because the hadith is saying, whoever speaks, right? Man qala fil Quran bi ra'ihi. So whoever speaks about the Quran from his own opinion, that's the problem. The Quran is never saying, do tadabbur and then go preach what your understanding is based off of your reflection, based off of your tafakkur, your thinking. So do you see like this perspective? How would you respond to that?
Oh yeah, again, 2 things. Number 1, if this was the way it is being presented right now, then no one should ever write any tafsir of the Quran. No scholar should ever write any tafsir, because he's trying to solve the problems of his time. And the very rule of writing a tafsir is so that he can write something which has never been written before about how to solve problems with the Quran. That actually makes sure that nobody should ever write his own opinion about the solution of the problems from the Quran, because that's his opinion. Number 2, Ballighu anni walau ayah. So whatever Allah Azza wa Jal's Prophet actually gave as his own verdict from the ayah, you need to go, because anni is from the Prophet, right? He's saying anni. So whatever you learn from me, you have to go and preach. So
first of all, whatever Prophet ﷺ taught, whoever he taught, anything else, anyone else, sorry, through this principle, anyone else, unless he has the perfect memory and he's replicating it as is, and Prophet ﷺ's tafsir is not in the present world. No Sahabi had the tafsir Muhammadi of the Quran in a book. So it is the tafsir, the man who's writing the tafsir, he's not claiming that he's getting it directly from the Prophet ﷺ. Prophet ﷺ is not training Maududi or Taqi Usmani or Ibn Kasir or Tabari. They are not getting trained by the Prophet ﷺ. They're using their own opinions. So much so that no Sahaba ever wrote that Jupiter is in the fourth heaven. Ibn Kasir gave his verdict that Jupiter is in the fourth heaven. So that means that those scholars, which I know that they were real scholars, they took the interpretation of this hadith in very literal terms, in a holistic way, that when it comes down to tahqiq, you are supposed to do tahqiq, as Quran trumps the hadith anyway. The Quran tells you to do tahqiq. Number two, when it comes down to the law and the policy, which is a matter of fatwa coming from the Quran, you cannot use your own opinion in that category. There are four categories here. Yatlu alayhim ayat, yuzakkihim, yu'allimuhum al-kitab wal-hikmah. That fatwa has to come from within the yu'allimuhum al-kitab category. Otherwise, yuzakkihim is not a fatwa, it is the category of taqwa. You do more. You abstain more. You abstain even the thing which is halal from the fear of not doing haram. That is taqwa. Wherever it is haram, that is yu'allimuhum al-kitab. That's fatwa. So whenever Muslims start to use their own opinion from whatever the fatwa is, whatever the law is, whatever the law should be, in my opinion, that is the category where Prophet ﷺ is saying, do not, even if you're right, you're claiming to be one of the prophets or God himself, because the Quran himself, Allah Azza wa Jal himself writes that ittakhadhu ahbarahum wa ruhabanahum min dunillah, that these people started using their own pen in my book. This ayah gives light to the hadith of people using their own opinion, should consider themselves people of hell, because then they're claiming to write the policy or the law. Otherwise, tahqiq, the order of Allah Azza wa Jal to do tahqiq is to use your own opinion. Otherwise, there is no tahqiq if I'm not using my own opinion about a certain verse. So when the Quran is making me do my own tahqiq in my own opinion, it is also at the same time forbidding that only ati Allah wa ati Rasul should happen when it comes down to law, policy, or anything that is under this umbrella. But when it comes down to enlightening human beings from the Quran, decoding the signs of the universe, Allah Azza wa Jal tells us in the Quran, and the Prophet ﷺ tells us to go and spread it to the people and they will understand it better. Well, you think they will understand it for their own selves? Why shouldn't we spread their better understanding to the rest of the planet if they have understood it better? Because they are going to understand the three categories of the Quran, not the yu'allimhum al-kitab, not the law. The law can only be understood by the people who were in the time of the Prophet ﷺ, looked at the law be implemented, and they're going to write about how to implement and what is the law. That category is something which you cannot use your opinion in. I hope these three things would make up enough of a rationale to rebut in a way that you should not, or we should not, inflate the meaning of the hadith and stop the Muslims from creating their own tahqiq and opinions about the Quran in the rest of the categories which the Quran is pushing. That is one more of my complaints from the scholarship, that they are supposed to give fatwa, and they did. They were also supposed to give hikmah. They never did. They were supposed to give yatlu alayhim ayat. They never did. So what's going on here? Four, ulama al-warithul anbiya. That means you gotta give us four things if you are true warasaul anbiya. Why are you giving us only one out of four? That's my other problem, that they've stopped us from the learning and development progress and the progress of Muslims from the Quran. The Quran should have set the precedence for mathematics and sciences, natural and social sciences, group behavior, human behavior, individual behavior, human design, neurology, astronomy. Everything should have been done by the Muslims from the basis. I'll give you an example. Abdullah bin Abbas, when he is giving his opinion that when Iza Shamsu Kufirat means the star is going to die, people asked him how a star can die like a sun. That's too big, too light, too bright. How are you telling me it's going to go black? How is that going to happen? And he asked for that guy's turban. And he says, give me your turban. And then you open the turban and starts turning the turban around his wrist. And he says, this is the movement of the star. This is how the star dies. Now you tell me, how did he come up with that? Because he was spot on of this process of the death of the star. There's no telescope here, there. So that means this Yatlu alayhim ayat, the ayat, which is whatever is happening in the universe, has to be decoded, and they did decode it. Sahabas did that. My question is simple. For 1200 years, true scholars of the Quran should have decoded all of the other signs by now. We had 1,000 years on top of Abdullah bin Abbas. He only had 47. We had 1,447 years. And we didn't decode anything else other than what Abdullah bin Abbas and Ali bin Abi Talib or Abdullah bin Masud did from the Yatlu alayhim ayat category or from the Hikmah category.
So, I mean, the perspective of science, I think, is relevant now that you're bringing up the idea of discovery. And, I mean, this is a kind of Orientalist perspective in the sense that the Orientalists claim that, well, the reason Islam had a golden age and then it went through a period of stagnation because you just had copywriters, basically. You had people who are scholars who are only concerned with transmitting. They're just transmitting. They're not exploring. They're not innovating. And this led to Islamic decline and our current situation. Like that is an Orientalist claim that is made by the historical Orientalists. But to challenge that, I would say that when it comes to modern science, how did modern science actually develop? And this is my specialty, actually. I did a master's degree in the history of science and the philosophy of science. The history of modern science is something that comes out of the Protestant Revolution and basically destroying the authority of the church, destroying the authority of the Bible itself. Opening up interpretive channels, like saying that, yeah, we're not going to be bound by the dictates of the church or by the dictates of the Bible or the language. And it kind of grew in this direction where you had someone like Isaac Newton, who went very contrary, not only to Catholicism, obviously he was a Protestant, but also went contrary to Protestantism because he was a Unitarian. He didn't believe in the Trinity. And that's the origin of modern science, his calculus and his theory of motion, his theory of gravitation. That's when science actually, the modern science as we know it, begins. That leads to, the invention of, or the discovery of many parts of astronomy, the discovery of the motion of the stars, etc. Like that comes from Isaac Newton's discoveries. So, but you see, like it was an intellectual progression from a kind of a destruction of the religious sciences or destruction of religious authority. That was the first step that then ushers in, after a century or two, the scientific revolution. But it's not just the science that is brought in. You also have the birth of secularism. You have the birth of liberalism and feminism, and all of these destructive ideologies are also coming from that same root. The destruction of tradition, the destruction of traditional family, the destruction of gender roles, all of that, and atheism, ultimately atheism, that also comes from the same seed of the Protestant Revolution. So if we're calling to that, so to say that, after the Sahaba and the Salaf, if the Muslims had just changed their perspective, they could have developed and advanced scientifically or technologically. I don't think that this is possible. I think that there would have to be a kind of reformation, like an extreme kind of reformation away from Quran and Sunnah and the practice of the traditional Islam, to then create the seeds that would lead to a secularization of the mind that could create someone like Isaac Newton, like the Muslim version of Isaac Newton, or people who are like, if you look at the thinkers who ushered in modernity in the West, they were heretics by the standards of the church. They were heretics by the standards of Christianity. People like Rene Descartes, for example, would be considered a heretic. People like Immanuel Kant, a heretic. Isaac Newton, which I mentioned, he was a Unitarian. So all of these people, by the standards of their own religion, were so far out. So doesn't it kind of raise the question that if we want to see the same thing in Islam, it has to be preceded by a heresy and a break from the Islamic tradition? How would you respond to that kind of argument?
I think if Newton was not sitting in Cambridge and was sitting in the King James Church, he would not only that he would not have been called a heretic, but also it would have actually progressed the church and moved Christians towards it would have moved Christians towards physics a lot faster, a lot quicker. However, masjid is something that the campus that I want from social sciences to natural sciences. Masjid itself is becoming the madrasa of teaching, the university of actually these sort of sets of knowledge. Okay, I'll tell you, I'm going to quote the Quran here. Open Surah Fatir and go to Ayah 27. You're going to find out that Allah Azza wa Jalla is calling upon what kind of knowledge to gain and what He calls, Azza wa Jalla calls ulama. And not just that, but through taqwa, that the best of taqwa is from these ulama. And who is He calling ulama? That is the knowledge of the biosphere and the genome. Can't you see that there are different kinds of human beings with different colors of their skin? Who knows about these except the ulama who feared God because of this knowledge the most? Can't you see that the same rain turns different parts of land into different colors of vegetation? Who knows about this except the ulama who fear Allah the most because of this knowledge? This is Surah Fatir. So we would call this guy a heretic from the current scholarship standards. If a Muslim was to say that, I would be called a heretic for saying this if I were not quoting the Quran itself. So pushing Muslims into knowledge, pushing Muslims into these sort of realms and domains of knowledge was incumbent. It was a direct decree of Allah Azza wa Jal in the Quran. I'm just quoting the Quran here. And the word ulama here. So you tell me, how did we certify ulama without these principles of knowledge, these sets of knowledge, these categories of knowledge? Why? How? When? So the Sahaba read this.
But the people that are the ulama, by your definition, the ones who are the geneticists, the ones who are the ecologists, the biologists.
The Quran. Not mine.
No, that can be disputed. That can be disputed.
I have to read it right now. It's as simple as it can. I didn't put my interpretation in it. I just gave you the actual translation of the word, the ayahs.
So, look at the ayah. We can read it. We can read from Surah Al-Fatir. So, do you not see that Allah sends down rain from the sky, and we produce thereby fruits of varying color, and in the mountains are tracts, white and red of varying shades, and some extremely black. And among people and moving creatures and grazing livestock are various colors similarly. Only those fear Allah from among His servants who have knowledge. Indeed, Allah is exalted in might and forgiving. So these are the ayat that you're referring to, and you're saying that this is saying biologists and ecologists.
No. Could be anything. We are looking at it from the lens of biology right now because we're so tuned into biology, right? What I'm saying is, this is not something which your regular mufti is going to know anything about, because that category is yu'allimuhum al-kitab. This category.
Why? Like even Ghazali, like the ulama of the great scholars, Imam Nawawi, Imam Ghazali, Ibn Taymiyyah is a big example. Okay, they're in this period of just copywriting, that you described. They were knowledgeable in astronomy. They were knowledgeable in many different fields. Those fields were not one-to-one with the current sciences that we find in psychology, ecology, biology. but they were observing the world. They were using their senses to try to see and read the ayat or the kitab Allah, in terms of the creation of Allah. That is something that you find amongst the ulama. But that's very different than saying that, oh, these ayat are advocating that Muslims become biologists and ecologists and psychologists. And I'll give your own critique back to you, because you're a big critic of modern psychology itself. You're a big critic, and you say we need superior psychology, this man-made, and you use the term man-made psychology. So if it's man-made psychology, then you can see how much, presumably, these were people who, like Sigmund Freud, who are developing psychoanalysis, and they're making mistakes. Their aql, or what they think is their aql, is taking them down the wrong path. And they're developing a science or a field that has major problems, that has major errors, and causes actual harm, causes harm to people, because Sigmund Freud had very perverted theories about the human mind. So this is not a small error. So then what is the red line? Where do we draw the red line and say, okay, that we have to submit? It's not just about, oh, you just develop the sciences, but no, you actually have to submit to the knowledge that has come through revelation that is then passed down through the scholars, through the ulama.
Okay, here's the deal. First of all, let's just break it down so that we can, first of all, get the regular man or woman who's listening to this to understand that the Quran actually, there's no dispute between me and Daniel that the Quran actually says that. You can see the Quran, Surah Fatih 27, and there are many other ayahs, which my case is that it's just not one category of knowledge. However, when the Quran says that these are the people of knowledge who fear Allah the most, the taqwa is there, ilm is there, ulama, the word is there. So this is biology, this is genetics, this is ecology, and this is study of the big biosphere. So all of biology here. Now, is it just biology? No. Allah Azza wa Jal talks about the ulama in astronomy as well. Allah Azza wa Jal talks about history as well. He uses the word ulama. So when Sigmund Freud or any other one character, Isaac Newton, he's only into physics. Now, if you gave Freud or that kind of mind the book of the Quran and tell him that, you know what, first of all, you need to understand that if you believe in this, that this is from God, you need to believe in all of this and you have to connect all the dots of wherever you need to do the tadabbur. And he's going to know that, okay, this is the room I'm in, and I've got the whole place to move around, and I'm going to have to stick all of my notes from one wall to the other, which is interconnected. And now I know which parallels to move from, because this is directly from the maker of the man, and I'm studying the man. So what I'm saying is, when the Muslim mind is going to go into psychology, he's not going to make those errors which Freud did or Newton did or anyone else is going to do, because those people in their good intent are still trying to study the things that Allah is telling us to do. So they're doing what Allah is telling you to do, except they do not know Allah Azza wa Jal. And we know Allah Azza wa Jal, we know the book, but we're not doing what Allah Azza wa Jal is telling you to do. So technically speaking, they're not Muslims but are scholars certified by the Quran. And we are Muslims but not scholars certified by the Quran, because the Quran says that. So I know that people have a way of slipping and going wayward and going astray from whatever, because of the curse of knowledge, and the slippery slope is never more slippery than for a scholar in the path of knowledge. I know that. That's where the Quran is going to hold you down, because there are 4 categories. Just one of them are we discussing about. When yu'allimuhum al-kitab, when hikmah, when yuzakim is going to come together, only then you're going to find true, Muslim knowledge givers. And if you do not know these things,
you said,
I'm not saying that. We should call him a mufti at best, not an alim, because if he does not know biology, this ayah is telling us that this dude is not qualified unless he knows this. That's not something that I am certified or giving a verdict. Allah is already giving a verdict about who the alim is. And if masjid is pushing these sciences, and I'm not saying biology, I'm saying research, we can contest every law of biology if we go into human design research ourselves. Physics does that, biology does that, psychology does that. Every human being contests its or his predecessors every decade. That's not a problem. But when we go into human design, or if we don't go to human design, we're not even taking the first step towards, becoming an alim according to the Quran. So all of the Muslims stopped going to the, these realms of knowledge, and somebody had to do it because it was natural instinct of human beings to go into research of the brain, the body, and the universe, and the system, the ecology, the biology, the psychology, the sociology, the astronomy. It was instinct. People had to go these paths naturally. Quran was telling us that it is incumbent that you go there. Quran made it forth in this ayah and many others like these. Muslims purposely stop themselves. My problem is that it's okay if you stop.
How did they stop themselves? Like, what is there to stop? Like, who stopped from, like, because the ayah is mentioning like the different colors, the rain that's coming from the sky, fruit. Which Muslim has stopped himself from learning about fruits, from the fruits and the mountains? Like, who stopped that?
Well, I don't see any Jamia al-Azhar or Medina University giving a research paper on why there are different colors of animals and human beings based on this ayah, or any kind of genetics that's studied in Egypt, from Morocco, Khartoum to Alexandria to Pakistan Islamic University, or to Indonesia. You think these are the research studies done in these institutes of Islam?
No, but maybe you're attributing that to the fact that we didn't develop the fact that Muslims didn't develop those sciences. Oh,
the Quran. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Sorry, there's echo. So the reason that Muslims didn't develop these things, you're attributing, like genetics or ecology or meteorology, you're attributing that to the fact that, well, Muslims stopped. Like, they make a conscious decision. They saw the path in front of them of these sciences, and then they said, no, we can't go down this path. And therefore, they violated the Quran. But I don't think this is accurate.
No.
I think historically, the scholars were.
They just violated the word alim. They didn't violate the Quran. Nobody can violate the Quran. They did just violate
the word alim in the Quran. Okay. They violated the word alim in the Quran. But I think this is not a correct picture of history. I think the correct picture of history is that the Muslims didn't develop this because in terms of intellectual history, they didn't go through a Protestant Reformation. They didn't go through a scientific revolution. No, not necessarily, because if they went through that, they would become atheists and they would become heretics. They would lose their religion. They would go astray, just like the Christians and the Jews did. So I'm actually pretty radical on this. I don't necessarily see modernization and this kind of scientific progress as a good thing.
Avenues. We're both on the other extreme of the spectrum. I'll tell you what. I'd rather have atheists than ignorant Muslims. I'd rather play that.
That's crazy.
I'm telling you.
That's crazy. How could you say that? So the ignorant Muslim is going to go to Jannah. The ignorant Muslim is going to go to Jannah, right? How can the atheist is going to be in the hellfire? The ignorant Muslim is going to be in Jannah.
I use the poker terminology so that I can get a little American audience to understand it. I'd rather place my bet on this line where there's a price that some of them are going to become atheists, but all of them are going to get the knowledge. You're saying none of them are going to get the knowledge, but some of them are going to make it to heaven. Because if you do not have the power and knowledge, you're not going to make it to heaven because of whatever. Look at whatever's going on right now. Because we do not have knowledge, we do not have power. Since we do not have power, we have these tyrants. We are under the power of American, European democracy. Hence, most of us are probably, Allahumma jirna min an-nar, Allahumma jirna min an-nar, but most of us are not going to make it because we do not have power. Because the root cause, because we do not have knowledge. So those atheists are making sure we don't make it to heaven because of their power, because we mimic. There is the human design, because I've studied it. Human design is serotonergic. We only mimic our alphas, our powerfuls. And our powerfuls are not Muslims, so we're mimicking them. So in the Quran, Allah says, Rabbana la taj'alna fitnatan lillazina kafaru. So this is Prophet Ibrahim alayhi salam saying that, oh Allah, do not make us a fitna for the kuffar. How can a Muslim be a fitna for the kuffar? Because the kuffar will be in power and they will think that if Muslims are under their rule, so the Quran cannot be the haqq. So our powerlessness will become a fitna for the powerful, which is the kuffar. That's the only way a Muslim can become a fitna for the kuffar, by not my opinion, Ibn Kathir's opinion of exactly how human design works. So, and now every psychologist knows how it works, because this is pure dominance hierarchy. The serotonin mimics, and we mimic our alphas, and we're mimicking Trumps and Epsteins and Europeans and everyone, because of their knowledge, which gave them power, because of their physics, which gave them the nukes, because of their research, which gave them the inventions. What I'm saying is, I know there will be blood. I know there will be churn. There will be churn. I know, because we're not, grounded on the Quran. Because if research is in the Quran, research is in the Quran, he's not going to become an atheist. What I'm saying is that I'll give you that. Some of us will become atheists, our kids. But most of us will become powerful, and their next generations will be mimicking these, and they will definitely go into Jannah without even any effort of their own. That is the regular design. The cycle continues. Look at the cycle being continued right now upon us. We are mimicking the powerful because of their knowledge. You think it was a small matter that Russia and America were fighting to who's going to make it to the moon first? What do you think we're going to get out of the moon? There's no gold there or water there or any kind of minerals. The fight is so that they can claim superiority of knowledge. Hence, the mimicry will begin, and everything else will follow. The money will follow, the investments will follow, the business will follow, the industry will follow. That's the natural human design. We only mimic the powerful. And that's what Allah, that is what the Prophet was saying, that Allah will be amazed that angels will be reeling human beings through chains and throwing them into Jannah, because they'll be mimicking the Khalifa who is going to be following the Quran. They'll naturally be mimicking. So that's why I would rather place my bet on this hand than what you're telling me, that, let them be ignorant and they might make it, because ignorance too is a bliss. That's exactly what your case is.
That wasn't my argument. My argument is that this knowledge that you are advocating, you claim that it's from the Quran. I dispute that, but you're saying that this knowledge, you're only mentioning the positives, but I'm saying that knowledge, you cannot get the positives without the negatives, and the negatives are far worse than the positives. And the proof of that is, you think that if you go to America, or you go to England, or you go to Germany, or go to France, or any of these developed countries that are at the peak of power and peak of knowledge, that the people are knowledgeable, that the people there are powerful? No, it's a cesspool. It's a disgusting dystopia when you actually come to these countries, and it's very apparent from what you can see even on the streets. You don't even have to go into their homes to see the kind of human suffering that has resulted from the so-called progress of Western ingenuity and insight and progress. The claim that they made, when these thinkers were developing these theories of modernity, the John Stuart Mills, the Immanuel Kants, the Jeremy Benthams, etc., their theory was that we are going to continue to progress because we will use our rationality and we will develop these sciences and we will achieve a utopia, a utopic vision of society. And that is eventually going to happen. It's inevitable. This is a manifest destiny for us. But the reality now, we're sitting in 2026, just a mere 150, 200 years after these thinkers, and the state of the average man is desolation, solitude, suffering, loneliness beyond belief, distracting yourself to death, not being able to reproduce enough to sustain your population, divorce rate, horrors that you can't imagine in terms of how they treat children, how they treat the elderly, just not the level of degeneracy, the level of filth, the level of the lowliness of humanity that has never been experienced anywhere in history. We experience it now. We experience it in the so-called progressive, advanced civilizations. Now, you might claim, and some of the Muslim revivalists might claim that, well, we're going to just do it different. Like, we have the magic bullet, we have the solution because we have the Quran. and we are not going to fall in the same lizard hole. We're not going to follow the same path. But they had revelation too. The Christians, they had a book. The Jews, they had a book as well, but they deviated step by step by step, handspan by handspan. And if we follow them, we're going to fall in the same hole. No one wants to fall in the lizard hole. That's the hadith that I'm referring to. No one is going to consciously see the lizard hole and say, I'm going to go into the lizard hole. No, they just follow the steps step by step. And then when you don't realize it, that's when you fall in. That's when you fall into the disaster. So the power that you're talking about, yeah, do you know who has power? Who has power in the world today? It's not me. It's not, the average American or the average Englishman. It is Trump. It is the Epstein class. It is these Epstein people that worship the devil, that worship Satan. They have the worldly power, and they got it in many ways through these technologies, through, some would say, black magic, through devil worship. They were able to achieve a lot of power in dunya. But what was the cost? What was the cost of all that?
See, that's exactly what my case is, that the current Muslim scholar is as secular as Constantine himself. Because whatever you're talking about, when European Reformation and their lift towards natural sciences, research, and industry was because and it led to whatever fruits that you mentioned so accurately. All of these fruits that you mentioned are accurate to the T. Exactly the perils of European philosophers and their books that they were so arrogantly writing and giving solutions in the name of sense. But what they did was they dug their own grave in the 3rd century when they separated the church from the state. That's exactly yu'allimuhumul kitab. I am not a revivalist of Muslims chasing these scholars' secular ideology of putting the masjid away from the governance. Masjid has to be the center of governance. Once the law is within the masjid and the research comes from and the knowledge comes from masjid, sciences come from the masjid, wherever the law is coming from, they are, and the Quran, of course, a masjid meaning the Quran, then we will have a lot less of the churn, so much less that you won't even know. I'm not going to do just something different. I'm trying to put the power in the masjid so that the law comes from the masjid. And when the law comes from the masjid, there cannot be any, popular human opinion from the land coming up with their own morality or ethics or, living standards or understanding of the law. The law is the law. That's exactly what the Prophet said. Do not come up with these opinions of your own from the Quran, because that's the law. That's from God. Human beings are not supposed to use their opinions because that's God's opinion right now. Of course, God does not have opinions. It's a law. So it's a verdict. So when we look at these seculars, which I call scholars, that they actually have divorced the power, hence the law is from the Epstein Islands, inhabitants, and they are giving the morality. Their morality was not going to, transcend into every house. Loneliness and divorces and, pornography and solitude was definitely going to prevail because the church did not have enough penetration nor the scope to affect the regular Joe. And Obamas and Trumps are naturally going to go towards LGBT and whatever law that the human beings are going to come up with because they need those popular opinions for their own votes. They're trying to please the voters. Church did not want to please the voters. Church still does not want to please the voters. Church does not take any votes. The Bible is a book of God. And since they divorced the power from the book of God, these are natural perils of, whatever you and I see all over the world, not just in non-Muslim lands, even in Muslim lands. Look at Pakistan. There is no law of Islam in Pakistan because the people in power are not people of the Quran. And people of the Quran are never going to be the people of power because they define Quran as a spiritual cleanser only. You know what I'm saying? It should rather be sold from the pharmacy rather than anywhere else. So what I'm saying is, my plan? No, it's not my plan. It's a condition of the Quran. These 4 things that the Prophet ﷺ did, you gotta do simultaneously. Not one by one, not 2 of 1, not 3 out of 4, not 1 out of 4, but 4 at the same time. Only then we can have human progress. And then all those hadiths of eschatology are going to come into the light, where the Prophet ﷺ is painting the whole planet and human beings, what they were going to be up to unless you do this. And once Isa ibn Maryam is going to come, whatever he's going to do, you can see that the human beings are going to live totally differently, because the law and spirituality and morality will be coming from one guy, one campus only. How does that happen? Well, it happens because that's the law of Allah Azza wa Jal. That's the sunnah of Allah Azza wa Jal. That one campus giving the law and the progress holds them together through policy. Now, even if you want to talk about the plight of the white European and the divorce rate and whatever filth that flows through England and European streets, and I know that it does, but you still cannot undermine that when you walk into a Muslim land, there is no morality whatsoever. You still see everybody following the law in Norway. Nobody's following the law in Pakistan. You see everybody following the law in Sweden. Wrong law, but the people of power have the law. So if they had the Bible and the law together, Sweden or all of Scandinavia would have been practicing Christian, progressing just like Isaac Newton was actually progressing through the Bible. And research centers would have been projecting the Bible. And I'm not going to keep talking about this in spirals. What I'm saying is the solution is when one building gives all of those 4 things together, then these kind of risks are mitigated right from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason that secularization happened, the reason that they secularized in the West is, again, from the Protestant Reformation, and you had many different interpretations of the Bible, and they weren't just, the Christians didn't really have the law. They didn't have a law that they're really practicing in a real sense, because they're Pauline. They followed kind of Paul's interpretation, and they abandoned the Mosaic law. But it was in theology and different theological interpretations, and everyone had equal access to the Bible, and literacy was being spread because of the invention of the printing press, and you had an explosion of different competing opinions on what the Bible meant, which led to fighting, which led to wars, which led to bloodshed. And then the liberal secularists, they consciously said, look, see, religion is the source of so much war and killing and fighting. So we need to separate the power from the church. We need to separate religion from the halls of power in order to prevent this bloodshed. That was actually the source. So when you have certain modern thinkers, Muslim modernist thinkers or reformist thinkers, when they say that, well, we need to have this kind of democratization of understanding the Quran, and fine, you at least say that the law shouldn't be touched. Okay, the ahkam shouldn't be interpreted according to opinion. Those are set. But everything else, okay, well, that's a lot. That's a lot that is still up for interpretation, including theology, including aqidah, who is Allah. Okay, well, that is according to each person's reflection and every person's tafkir, or their thoughts and their opinions. Many areas that don't fall strictly in the bounds of law will become open to interpretation. That will lead to conflict. And arguably, that's why you see a lot of problems with Muslims today who are fighting and creating sects, and they are even attacking each other on the basis of not submitting to the authority. Like, sami'na wa ata'na is an important value within Islam. Like, we hear and we obey. Like, that's the posture of the believer. And you can't hear and obey if you're just saying and you're according to your opinion and preaching according to your opinion, according to your analysis. That goes contrary to the ethic of we hear and we obey. And so you have this conflict, and you do have a kind of Protestantization that Muslims are now following. That is leading to a loss of faith. That is leading to a loss of iman. And I think that's a much bigger disaster than Muslims being like goat herders and being sheep farmers, and Muslims in this day and age. And the Prophet ﷺ said in a hadith that a day will come where the best property, the best kind of life that a Muslim can live, that a believer can live, is to be with his sheep in the mountains by himself, isolated. That's actually preferable to being within the fitna, or to being within jahiliyyah, to being within these fitan of kufr and atheism, etc.
Well, the alternative is whatever is going on right now. We are always going to be, submitting to the power of whatever power there is going to be in the world, or we get that power ourselves. Now, what I don't get is whenever we quote the Prophet ﷺ at these times where the best of the property will be the sheep that he's going to actually be feeding himself and his family from. This is the hadith. Why are we always assuming that this is the time when non-Muslims are going to be ruling? Why are we not seeing that this is the current time when Muslims will be ruling Muslims unjustly under the guise of Islam, blackmailed by their whatever videos that America has, and Muslim scholarship will be okaying those people, and the regular Joe's best property will be his sheep and his cattle, which is going to be feeding his family in the mountains somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is either we progress and get the power, or whatever is happening right now, that's the only other alternative, because that's exactly how they did it. And that's how Quran is telling us, وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. We need to get into the power, because that's not an option, that's an ahkam. You need to understand. And this is something which can only be attained through physics, through politics, through mathematics, because that's how this planet works. We decode, we discover, we formulate, we create, we write, we publish, we invent. That's the natural cycle. That's وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ basis. Then we make armaments. Then we make the missiles. Then we make the industry. Then we make the space shuttles. That's how it works. So the Quran is telling us to be in power. So there is no other option but to come into power. There is no other option but to come into knowledge. That's why the Quran is saying, these are the ulama. Come into power now and take the rule in your own hand. From the Quran, through the Quran, from the Quran, about the Quran, within the Quran. And for everybody to actually understand the Quran. Only every Norwegian knows the law. How? Because they have to follow it. Every Canadian knows the law because he has to follow it. No Pakistani knows the law because he doesn't really have to follow it. So that's exactly what the meaning of وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ means. That unless the Muslim mu'min with the acumen of the Quran has the power within him, everything else is going to go bad. And I'm telling you, even after he gets it, I know things are going to go south. I'll tell you why. Because the Prophet ﷺ told us that even after Isa ibn Maryam's reign, when every house, Islam will enter every house, people will sell their guns and tanks and missiles and make what? Prunes and plowshares. No more wars, no more quarrels or conflicts. Isa ibn Maryam will reign through the Quran, every house from east to west. What will happen after that? The Prophet says, after he's going to depart, a few years will have passed and everything will go haywire. So much so that Allah is going to lift back the Quran, and the day of judgment will never happen unless there's a single Muslim on this planet. That means after everyone is a Muslim, no more guns, no more fights, and still human beings are going to go, out of Islam? Yes, that's the human design. These are signs for us to know how human beings work, how serotonin works, how dominance hierarchy works. Because we are from the progeny of Adam alayhi salam. We need our own planet because we are from a planet of our own. That's called Jannah. We cannot take anybody else's authority, even if it is in the name of Islam. Even if I'm a Muslim, my natural conflict is it's an insatiable desire to conflict. It's inevitable. And that's exactly what the Prophet told us. So what I'm saying is,
We need to keep them in control and in check by the law, by the power. Unless we do that, they're going to do whatever they did right after Isa ibn Maryam's second coming, right after. And he's going to, die. So after understanding this human design, that's 10 more reasons, not just one, to get competence in, money in, politics in, power in the Muslim land, and control all these beasts of human beings as groups, because they are going to, quarrel. They are going to fight for the power. You need to get all of those handles within the Muslim, Quranic hands, not just Muslim, but through the Quran. Otherwise, whatever is happening right now is going to happen. We can't affect the nuke. We cannot change the nukes. We cannot stop the nukes. They are going to make the decision whether they're going to nuke Iran or not. They're going to make a decision when to nuke, if not to nuke. We are only going to get nuked. So
But
ignorant or not, scholars or not.
Isn't this a counterexample though? Because the Muslim countries do have nukes. Okay, we do have nukes.
No,
right?
Don't.
The government does have
What
nukes.
Muslim country has a
Yeah,
nuke?
you have nukes, but what benefit has it served? I'm of two minds of this. I'm of two minds because yes, I agree with you. Achieving power that will require a certain level of technical advancement. And I get that, especially now. The best example is you have a country like Iran who is bringing the world superpower to its knees because of certain technology that it has developed with hypersonic missiles and drones, etc. So I get that side of the argument. There is a clear example in your favor, but there's also counterexamples. There's the example in our times of Afghanistan, who is also able to, after 20 years, expel the foreign invasion of the United States. And they were not advanced in terms of their technical capabilities. So where did Allah give them success? How did Allah give them success? And then you also have the example of the Sahaba themselves. You brought the example of Umar repeatedly, radiallahu anhu, and Khalid ibn Walid. They were not more technically advanced than the Persian Empire or the Romans. They were not. The Persians and the Romans were actually more technically advanced than the Sahaba were, than the Arabs were at that time. And so this becomes a counterexample. And then the other counterexample is the country, Pakistan, that does have nuclear weapons. What benefit did it serve? That power that was achieved, that technical ability that was achieved, it's not going to be used in the service of Muslims if the spiritual side is not there. And that's the big question that I have. So given all of these examples, where should we fall on this question of technical advancement? Is it worth the atheism? Is it worth the falling into deviation, moving away from Islam? What is the correct balance?
There is no balance. There's only one. See, if Pakistan was a Muslim practicing Islam by the Quran country, then only nuclear armaments themselves would still not have sufficed for the solution of the problem globally, right? We still would have had to produce a lot more in advancements in technology, in armaments, because a lot of countries have nukes. But it is against that very philosophy that they're trying to preach to use the nuke. Otherwise, they're going to fall on their own face. If America nukes Iran, everyone in the globe is going to go pro it on all of a sudden. They cannot afford that right now. It's a totally different hikmah that we need as Muslims to understand that armaments, yes. Technology, well, way bigger, yes. But we didn't say yes to that. We didn't prepare enough because Quran was not, we were not listening to the Quran pushing us. So people who have nukes in Pakistan, people who have power in Pakistan, they have absolutely no knowledge of the Quran. They don't even know whether the Quran says anything about these things. That's my contention against the scholarship. Because they think kalima, namaz, roza, zakat, hajj. That's all of Islam. That's your tazkiyah. وَأَعِدُّ لَهُمْ مَا اسْتَطَعْتُم مِّن قُوَّةٍ. None of these people who have nukes in Pakistan, who have decisions in Pakistan, they don't even know what this ayah means, let alone if they have to do anything about it. So it's a It's that secularization of the masjid that has, created that cancer that Muslims in Muslim lands, they don't even know the Quran because they needed the power. They needed the technology. They needed the money. They needed the politics, even though they could have and should have gotten all of that through the Quran, and Quran would have given them morality as well. Now they are the most immoral people with the most amount of power, from Mauritania to Indonesia. Only the immoral get the power, and the moral are only going to polish the shoes. I'd rather have the power than these, shoe polishers who are going to certify these people as the righteous sultans of Muslims. You know what I'm saying? That's the curse of this kind of definition, this kind of momentum. I'm getting another error, so it's. I think we should.
Okay,
Hold on.
sure.
Hold on.
Okay, so I mean, yeah, thank you so
Yeah.
much for
Oh,
your
you kidding me?
time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Daniel, I can go on for 10 hours just to make sure I can juice everything that, your philosophy, your angle. I need this. I need people to listen to this. And I'd rather, we pause, close it right now, and then do it again and continue this as at least once a month for at least 2-3 months, so that I can get as much as I can to all of the people on my side of the country to listen to you and place you there, so that, because I'm in need of your angle, and I know that your angle is needed. I've done all the math. That's why I'm saying your angle is needed in the Muslim boy and girl right now in Pakistan, in India, or whoever listens to my side of the, through my side of the fence.
Yeah, inshallah, we can do that. We can have round 2, round 3, inshallah. But yeah, I wanted to challenge you. I wanted to push back, and I think that's the most interesting to the audience. And I know it's unfair because you're in the middle of the night. You're probably gonna get the suhoor time soon. But yeah, I really enjoyed your insights and your perspective, and we can continue and get deeper into some of these issues, inshallah, because these are the issues of our time. Like, these are the deepest issues, the biggest challenges, and we have to talk about it. We have to have, the civil kind of dialogue, so that we can, inshallah, inspire ourselves, inspire others to make a change, inshallah. So big things are happening. We're at a critical time with the ummah. Big changes geopolitically are happening, socially, culturally. So I'm happy that you're there to bring your insights, to bring your perspective, and I really appreciate that. So thank you, Jazakallah khair. And any last words?
I to be continued. Okay. My words are that as much as I can get to talk to you and make you talk to my audience here and everywhere where there is, the easier it is for me to do my job. And that's why I need you as a front runner on, you should be my campaign you are my campaign ambassador to the people who speak English, especially in people who are in their early teens, late teens, and that's most of my audience. So that's why I need a crisp perspective, because you're the only person I know who calls a spade right on the face. And that's exactly what I need, that kind of and that's what I mean when I say angle, because you do not shy away from stating whatever you believe. And most of the time I am just thinking about how to articulate things, which you naturally, mashallah, you naturally do. And that's the kind of that's one of the many reasons why I need many other reasons, which I can go on, why I need you to become my brand ambassador to my IMS movement, to everyone who listens, so that they can, get whatever they can from your knowledge, inshallah.
Barakallah fi. Thank you so much. So you can follow Brother Sahil online. He's on all social media platforms if you don't know already, and I'll also link it in the description below. We appreciate his time. Over 5 hours conversation, or almost 5 hours, the final recording. So Jazakallah khair, Brother Sahil. Thank you for your time. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah. Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh.